though. Now behind my back, won't be long till you share it in the group chat. And when I call you up, you're gonna backtrack. And you should've kept my name out your mouth. Ask me though how it all turned out. When you try to use my name for clout, keep on going, give you something you can talk about.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing this fine Thursday, December 18th? Happy Epstein file Eve. Apparently that's one of the reasons why things are just popping all the way off this week, because apparently, so such and such distraction, such and such, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I don't know if that's true or not, but apparently there's some more coming out tomorrow. Completely unrelated to that topic, we are going to be talking today. This is the first video I'm making on this topic about the tragedy that unfolded with the Reiner family. I don't know why whenever I look at that name, Reiner comes to mind. Apparently that is not how you pronounce it. So if again, this is my first video I'm making about it. I don't think ever heard of any of these people before. I don't have any pre-existing knowledge of these people. I saw The Princess Bride, and that might even be the only movie of his that I even saw. Oh, Harry Met Sally, I saw too. So I do want to just start out this video by saying what I think is obvious and should go without saying, but I just want to, out of an abundance of caution, say it, that my heart does go out to the Reiner family, the living children who just lost their parents, and of course to the deceased. I have a little scrolling banner below because this seems to be a topic where, again, as kind of like is the case usually these days, people already seem to have their minds made up, and I don't operate like that. I don't have my mind made up. I don't even know who did this horrible, tragic crime. I do know that the son, Nick, who we're going to be getting into more of this story in this live stream today. This is probably going to be a long one. So, get your coffee, get your big gulp, get your whatever you need to make it through this video, because we are going to be doing a live investigation into the public record. I have a very thorough and already pretty developed web of the story. We're going to be looking at the web. But before we get into any of that, I do want to make a, I guess, kind of like a disclaimer, because some of the things that I'm going to talk about in this video today, this also is going to allow y'all to have a warning. This is not going to be a video where I already have my mind made up. If you already have your mind made up that Nick is guilty, Nick did it, he should be under the jail, you might have a hard time getting through this live. You maybe not. I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything, but y'all know me. My ultimate goal is the truth. And I don't think it comes as a surprise to anybody to hear that there is a few mysteries in this case. I think it's one of those cases that has rocked the public to its core, because it does involve a child who presumably, and he's an adult now, just for the record, he's 32, but we're always children of our parents. And it does involve a child doing something heinous and horrendous. Allegedly, he's accused of this. I don't know if he did it or not. I wasn't there. But I think, people are interested in why. And there's even a few news sources and things that have explicitly said, we don't even have any idea what a motive could have been. There was perhaps an altercation, a verbal confrontation of sorts at a party that may have happened the night of the murmurs. We'll get into that. But as far as one day a guy just wakes up and decides to unalive both his parents, that's not something that happens with no motive usually, right? I mean, there's been a lot of talk going around about how Nick, has struggled with addiction, but I personally don't think that means a damn thing, because many, many millions of people have been and are currently in an addiction state of mind and state of living, and they would never do this to their parents. So I don't think that doesn't really get you very far with me. Oh, he had addiction. So millions of people have addiction. Like, I'm going to need something a little more than that. And so it was the 14th or the 15th of December, whenever this was announced for the first time. And I did not know these people from Adam. Okay. I did not know these people from Adam. And I just saw a headline only that said something along the lines, I'm actually trying to pull it up now, something along the lines of like, he had unalived his parents. And the first thing that came to my mind is, were they trying to put him in a conservatorship? Now, I'm biased, okay? I'm not trying to say, oh, that's what was going on. I have no evidence of that at all whatsoever. But there was kind of this like wondering in my mind if him doing that would possibly have him if he did do this unaliving of his own parents, which we don't know if he did. I mean, I believe in innocent until proven guilty. I have not seen any evidence from that night at all. The only evidence that I saw that was close in contemporaneous timeline with the unaliving is, some surveillance footage from a gas station. Now, as we're going through this live investigation of the public record, and these are things that have been made public, I do just want y'all to keep in mind that I am not in any way excusing, I am not in any way defending the actions of unaliving one's parents or unaliving anyone. And I do even have a special scrolling bar in case, maybe somebody forgets or maybe someone joins later. I have a special scrolling bar below. I'm going to read it here, investigating the public record so far in this Nick Reiner, Rob Reiner, Michelle Reiner situation. This is a tragedy. This is a tragedy. No matter what the motive was or could have been. Okay, remember these words. And if anybody is in the live chat acting like they didn't hear this part, just direct them to the scrolling, okay? Because I don't want anybody thinking that I am in any way defending this horrendous action if it is Nick who did do this crime. I condemn violence entirely. But in particular, I specifically and especially condemn violence that leads to the unaliving of other people and to the taking away of human life. I condemn that entirely. Anyone taking away another human's life should be held accountable, should face the consequences appropriately in a court of law and otherwise in the legal, course of action. Okay, they should face the criminal justice system, and they should absolutely, if they, if up to going to jail, up to the death penalty. So I'm not saying I know who did this, because I don't. I'm not saying that if Nick did do what he's accused of doing, that was anything other than a horrendous, horrible, detestable crime. Okay. Okay. So I think, I've done enough disclaiming for now, and these disclaimers will continue throughout the video, in part because, people love to misconstrue what I say, and I don't want to be misconstrued, but also in part because I really mean it. I don't want any of my investigating or looking into what the facts and what the truth could have been to be misconstrued as I'm trying to make an excuse for somebody. But this is where I'm coming from with it. Okay. I'm just going to let you in a little bit on my bias. I am very suspicious of the mainstream media. I'm one of those people. I'm very suspicious. I'm very suspicious of the federal government, to be honest. Not individuals. I can trust an individual within the federal government, but like once it's a federal institution, I'm just suspicious. I look at it with doubt. I look at it with doubt. And a lot of times, the mainstream media has different perspectives. Like whenever there's something in politics or like going to war or like immigration, like the big stuff. If you go to a conservative news source, one that is typically aligned with conservative values versus or Republican values, I'll say, versus going to a more, Democrat aligned, you'll get different opinions. They're kind of fighting with each other, which is aggravating, but like at least you're kind of getting, if you're a consumer of all the media, you might get different perspectives. And I'm still suspicious, even when they doing that. Okay. But I become even extra suspicious. Personally, my bias, my suspicions are extremely heightened whenever all the different news sources are kind of doing and saying the same exact thing. When all the mainstream news sources, or I'll say 90% of them, all seem to be pointing into not only violating the innocent until proven guilty constitutional right that all of us have, including Nick Reiner, but also they all know who did it already. They somehow they know, even though the cops don't know, they already know who did it, and they're already cooking up guilty verdicts based on no evidence. So once I see the right, the left, the middle, the up, the down, the YouTubers, the bloggers, the everybody knows Nick up, open and shut. Nick did it, and he's deranged because he's a quote junkie. Something's like beep 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 beep. Like it's just, and I'm telling y'all right now, I'm leading in. There's like been already a 10-minute disclaimer. I'm telling y'all, I am biased to a certain perspective because I don't see anyone else offering this perspective. And Nick Reiner is not available to speak for himself because he's in a mental health watch jacket, as far as last I heard, in the jail. Okay. I don't know how all these mainstream media sources could just already know who did it when the police don't. Well, I mean, this is not how it's supposed to work in our system. Okay. So that being said, this is a tragedy, no matter what the motive could have been. I condemn violence, especially unaliving others, and your parents especially. Anyone doing such a thing should be appropriately held accountable in a court of law. That said, everyone is innocent and should be presumed innocent until proven guilty. If these are things that have your personal panties in a bunch, I would encourage you to leave this video because it's just going to get more and more of that as we go. Okay. Again, I don't know these people. I don't have any pre-existing bias insofar as, oh, I like the dad and I like his movies and, I like the son or what. I never heard of these people. I don't know anything about these people. I mean, now I know a little bit from, the public record, but that's where I wanted to start with that. Exactly. West Coast magic. At this point, we know nothing. Everything is speculation. Innocent till proven guilty. It's a great point. European Brow said, wait, hold on. But this is the same police department that hasn't even had a press conference for David. But they got this guy right out of the gate. I mean, it is different circumstances. It is different situations, but it's a good point you make. Yes, there is. Oh, I didn't see anything about home surveillance video. Personally, Cindy Wendy, if there is surveillance footage out there already, I did not see it. I did see the dopey interview, or at least some of it. Yes, as I stated just now, it's not the same situation as David. I think it's pretty clear to anybody that this is not the same. It's not the same. Like David's case is David's case, or Celeste, I should say Celeste Rivas Hernandez case is that one, and this is this one. But it's an interesting point to bring up. The mayor started blabbing. True. She's out here making statements on this. Like, I do think she should shut her trap, but what are you going to do? Okay. So let me pull up. Okay. So as I was doing, I guess you could call it research for this case, and for this video and into this case, because I, just like everybody else, want to know why somebody would do something like this. If it really was Nick, oh my God, like what could possibly drive you to do that to anybody, but much less your parents? Now, one option, I did see Sam Lutfi out here in somebody's comments. His seemingly theory. His seeming theory is that some people are just evil. That's true. Some people are just messed up in the head. It's interesting that somebody would be that messed up in the head that they could do something so evil that the first time they did it would be to their parents and when they were 32. But that's possible. Maybe he's just a sociopath. Maybe he is. Maybe he didn't do it. There's that. But a big part of murder and homicide investigations is this malice aforethought. It's what takes something from a manslaughter to a, homicide, like a murder. Okay. And this has to do with like premeditating and things like that. And sometimes, if you're defending yourself. Somebody rolls up on you, they're trying to hurt you, they have a gun and you unalive them. That's like kind of like open and shut self-defense. And then, the slope slips beyond and all the way to like you had no justifiable reason at all whatsoever to hurt or harm this person, much less take their life. And there's everything in between. So a big part of these is the malice aforethought, but another part is the motive. What motive would Nick Reiner have to unalive his own parents? What motive would he have? Even if he's a so-called, quote, junkie, like people are calling him in the headlines and in the titles of their YouTube videos. Even if he's got mental health problems and issues, that doesn't take away the requirement in a murder case, especially a double, to prove motive. He had to have some reason. A jury is going to be sitting there going, but why? Tell me why. What was it? What was it? So that's pretty much the main question that is going to overshadow all of the things that I'm going to show y'all today. Like, if Nick Reiner is the one who did this, why? Why would he do that? Because from all these friends, all these family members, all these former stuntmen, all these former yoga teachers, they're all coming out here. Freaking Barack and Michelle Obama, Hillary and Bill Clinton, all of them are coming out here and saying these people were wonderful parents. Wonderful. They gave this Nick everything he ever could have wanted. So it's just like, what's the motive? He did drugs, so he wanted to unalive his parents? I mean, okay, it sounds to me like he had been doing a lot of drugs his whole life. He never unalived his parents before. In fact, and indeed, what's been coming out has been that he never, ever displayed any type of violent tendency. So that's just amplifies the mystery to me. So as I was doing my information gathering from the public record for this video, I kept kind of like wondering a few of the same questions. Not only what's his motive, but there was one thing, and we'll talk about this as we go through the web. You may have heard about Nick and Rob, the son and the dad. And the dad is now passed away, rest in peace. You might have heard that there was a movie that was kind of like a semi-autobiographical film for depicting Nick and his dad's relationship, and it's kind of like his life story a little bit. And we're going to talk about that. I took pretty, I don't know, I would say copious notes. I really didn't take copious notes, but I took notes from watching that movie. It's for free on YouTube if y'all want to watch it. It's called Being Charlie. And this dad character is like the dad that we're talking about who's no longer alive, Rob Reiner. He was in real life a movie producer, but he was also, or maybe director, and he also was a big deal in political circles. He was like a big deal in political circles, and he had a lot of political friends, particularly on the Democrat side. But it appears that, he was just in the political circles and in the DC and the LA circles. So in this movie, the son, who is named Charlie in the movie, but it's loosely based on Nick, the one who's accused now of murder. This movie came out about 10 years ago, 2015, 2016. And in the movie, Nick says something that once he said it in the movie, the actor playing Nick said it in the movie, I haven't been able to get out of my mind. And it is a question, quote, "What do I have that is mine? What do I have that is just mine?" Okay. I want you to keep that question in your mind as we make our way through some of the evidence that I came across in my research. And another notion that kept coming up over and over as I did my research is what happens to a person when they are operating in good faith, perhaps, as a young person, as a child, but everything they ever say and do is held against them. And if they say something that's like kind of borderline, like it could go either way, something ambiguous, not only is it necessarily construed against them, but it's construed in favor of another person or the other people. As if to say, what if no matter what, no matter where, no matter how, nothing you ever do or make is ever good enough? These are concepts I want you to keep in mind as we're going through this research. I do not know what a possible motive is. I do not know what a motive would even be if Nick did do this. I don't even know if he did it. I'm not trying to say this was for sure 100% definitely his motive. What I'm saying is, what if you never have anything that's yours? Never. What do you think it might do to someone psychologically? And again, this is why I did a 10-minute disclaimer. This is not me excusing the actions of somebody taking someone else's life. Because to some degree, it's like, just boo-hoo, you're a grown man, get over it. Okay, so I'm not trying to say, oh, poor thing, we should let him off the hook. Now, there's going to be some other theories, some other speculations coming from other folks that is not that. We're going to talk about all kind of different possible motives that have been brought up, different theories, different speculations. Some of them will be mine. Some of them will just be me showing you what I saw out there in the world. Okay. So now I want to pull up the web. Yeah. My banner says, I condemn violence, and I do. I do condemn violence, and that is why I put that there. You make fair points, and I see people saying they never got violent on substances. I don't know why. If you have been on them, you know, wrong substance mix plus your state of mind plus stressors plays a role. Could be. Could be. I don't know if he was on substances or not. Actually, the most recently that Rob Reiner talked about Nick's substance use was in, I think it was September, October of this year. This is the dad who's no longer with us. And he said that his son had been sober for 6 years. He had been sober. Nick has been sober for 6 years. So could he have had a relapse? Could that have been a lie? These are things I don't know. These are things I don't know. Okay. So where do I want to start? I guess let's start with the movie, shall we? Start with the movie up here. Being Charlie. Now, I did watch this movie this morning. It's on YouTube for free. And someone is asking what maybe one of his motives could have been this like supposedly $200 million figure. I did see one YouTube video that had that in the thumbnail. I don't exactly, it might have been Andy's. I just saw it as I was about to go live. So I was not able to watch the video. So that could add to it. Something about maybe he had a financial motive. This is something that courts, juries, prosecutors will say is a motivation. So perhaps, you know, his parents, they were rich. So maybe there was some type of inheritance, some type of financial motivation that could have been the case. But I really do not know. Okay, so back to this. So this movie came out, and I think they filmed it in 2015, and then it ended up coming out in 2016. It was It was something that, they did do a press tour for and things like that. And so I did take some notes. Um, I don't know. Let me just make sure there's nothing like crazy on these notes because it was supposed to just be like my notes. Yeah, I guess this is fine. I'll just show y'all the notes, but just be aware these are just notes, okay? This you should go and watch the movie yourself and all that. Um, they got us scared of our own freaking shadows out here. They'll sue you for defamation for posting a picture of freaking Gayle King these days. So, anyway, long live free speech, bitches. Okay, so this is my notes from the movie. All right, we're not going to obviously watch the movie, but pretty much like you end up finding out there's this kid. The movie opens up with him being sung happy birthday to, and it's his 18th birthday, and he's in like one of those child prison camps that they call wilderness camps in Utah. Well, as soon as he turns 18, he busted out of there. And I will remind you that is exactly the same thing that Paris Hilton did. She was in a Utah prison camp that they call a wilderness camp, and she busted right out of there. When she was 18, she said, I gotta go back. She aged out. So along the way in the movie, you end up finding out from, again, like this is a fictional portrayal of of the real stories. It's semi or kind of quasi autobiographical. Nick, the son, was involved in the making of this movie. He was on set apparently every day. He did interviews with his dad for the press run for the movie. And so he was around in the writing of the script. He co-wrote it with his friend and all that. And so he was around and stuff. So he did, to some extent, seemingly kind of put his stamp of approval on the movie. So we don't know which parts of these is real, what parts of these are really, really happened, or just were kind of the fictional aspects to make a movie. So I do want to just be very clear about that. This is just a movie plot that's loosely based on their life. I don't know which parts of this are real or not. For example, there are some things within this movie that are clearly not based on real life. Like the dad in the movie, the dad character in the movie is not a Hollywood producer. He's a former actor. He used to be an actor, but now he's running for governor, and he looks just like Gavin Newsom. The actor looks just like Gavin Newsom. That's something interesting to me. But this movie it was made back 10 years ago. So in the movie, the guy is running for governor. Well, obviously, Rob Reiner never ran for governor. So obviously that's one place where you could see it doesn't exactly add up. But Rob Reiner is in Hollywood and in political circles. So there's a little essence of the truth within that character, of reality, I should say, within that character. So basically, the story is in the movie character, his name's Charlie. So I'll call him Charlie here. He did substances at a party with two of his friends. And he was, I think, in high school. Now, two or more, maybe all three of the friends got hospitalized, and one friend almost died. Charlie he's sleeping in his bed one night, 4:00 in the morning. Two very large men break into his house at 4 a.m. and kidnap him. And kidnap is the word the character uses in the movie. And they bring him to the wilderness or to the desert. When he turns 18, he escapes out of the youth prison camp. And of course, because he's 18, they can't force him to go back, especially because he's not even from Utah. But on his way out, and again, this is the character in the movie. The character Charlie in the movie, on his way out, he can't just run out. No. He has to turn around and come back. And he takes a large rock or something, and throws it through the stained glass window of the chapel, causing criminal damage. He leaves the youth wilderness camp, and he ends up hitchhiking his way back home. He calls his mom. Now, the movie's based in 2016, again, loosely based on reality. When this stuff was going on in, Nick's life, he is 3 years younger than me. So when he turned 18, would have probably been like 2012 or something. So maybe he did have, I'm kind of right on that cusp of like when people had cell phones and stuff, but like in high school, like, we had cell phones, but they were kind of like Nokia. But anyway, so the movie's kind of based like contemporary as of 2016. So he calls his mom and he says, hey, just to let you know, I'm out of the wilderness camp. I'm coming back home. And again, he had he had hitchhiked. So he gets in the car with the guy who's picking him up, and the guy who picks him up, that like you pick up a hitchhiker. So he picked him up, and um the guy driving him said, "Okay, well, I can bring you ever so far, but before that, I need to go and stop at my house, drop off my mama. She got cancer." Okay, so they go to the house, and this is just like a stranger who picked him up to hitchhike. And then the character Charlie, he's like, "I want to go to the bathroom. Can I use your restroom?" And the guy, the good Samaritan, we'll call him, he says, "Yeah, sure." Charlie goes into the bathroom and he opens the medicine cabinet, and there's all kinds of prescriptions in there um from the mom, the grandma, whatever, the mom that has cancer. And so Charlie, he can't help himself. Again, it's kind of like he cannot help himself. That's something that is shown in the movie. He was going to leave that children's prison camp, but he just had to break that window. He couldn't just leave. He was going to, get back home, but he just had to steal that bottle of oxys. He just couldn't help himself. So there's an element of a lack of self-control and a lack of impulse control. I mean, this would have been depicting an 18-year-old boy, which is no excuse. You can't steal people's drugs. That's felony. I'm pretty sure that's felony. So anyway, he ends up burning that bridge with the Good Samaritan, and he gets kicked out the car. Interesting. I'm just reading some of y'all's comments. Dina said, "In my opinion, he had a lot of built up resentment for his father. And whatever happened on that specific night just angered him to the point where he allegedly did what he did. Maybe there is no motive." Well, what you're saying, and maybe there is no motive, true. But what you're saying would, I think it would still count as a motive, because the motive is he was fed up. He had had enough. His dad was whatever. He had built up resentment toward his father. Maybe he didn't have a good reason to even resent his father, but that resentment would be a motive, no matter if it makes sense to us or not. You know what I mean? Um, Angie said, "You cannot stab people lots of times and not have a motive." These are different. And just to be fair, like, I kind of a little bit agree with all the stuff I'm pulling up. Like, I don't know. I don't know what happened that night. I don't know what happened between them, but we are going to get into some of the things I found. And hopefully, as the public record becomes more robust, we can maybe try to get to the bottom of this mystery as the public. And this is an issue of public interest. I mean, this was a public movie they did public press for. Okay, so where were we in the movie plot? Okay, so he gets home, and when he gets home in the movie, right, he had hitchhiked, he finally made his way home, he calls his no good friend, and his no good friend comes pick him up. And this is one of the, remember I told you that him and two of his friends did these substances at a party in high school, and one of them almost died. Well, the other one that, didn't almost die, that one's the one that picks him up whenever he gets kicked out of the Good Samaritan's hitchhiking car or whatever. So his friend picks him up. He makes his way back home. On the way home, he smokes, 420. And again, he just isn't using and exhibiting self-control, this character Charlie in the movie. When he gets home, his parents are sitting there on the couch with an interventionist. And I think it's interesting, the character, the actor, the person they have playing the interventionist, because it's not like a doctor. It's this guy with a Hawaiian shirt and a ponytail. And I think that is very interesting and telling, because it kind of demonstrates just who it is that's running this recovery industry for the most part. It's a bunch of idiots who themselves really don't have any freaking idea what the hell they're doing and have absolutely no business trying to tell some goddamn body else what in the hell to do. I recently came into a situation like this where somebody who literally, and look, no shade, I know it's hard out there, I know we're in a recession, couldn't even come up with money to Uber themselves across town, but wanted to step in as some type of caretaker guardian figure for someone else. Wanted to step in and tell another grown adult what was responsible to do with their money or not. Meanwhile, their ass wasn't at work to make more money. Their bank account was overdrafted, but they just knew all the answers for this other grown adult. And it's like, I mean, I could go for hours. For hours. Phil and April Margera, no offense, I'm sure they're trying their best, but I think they need to figure out what's actually a healthy lifestyle for their own selves real quick before they try and bark orders and tell their adult son what to do. especially considering he was the breadwinner for that whole family. Let's be honest and call it what it is. Jamie Spears. He was in active addiction at parts of Britney Spears' conservatorship, but he was responsible for her. Again, the breadwinner. These are things that I want you to keep in mind because we are dealing with Hollywood. We're dealing with Hollywood and LA and Los Angeles, and this is a nepotism Hollywood family. We're going to get into it, but Rob Reiner's father was a very famous, like comedic royalty. He worked on like the Dick Van Dyke Show, Hollywood royalty. Okay. So this is like third generation Hollywood royalty. You're always living in the shadow of somebody else. Nothing you ever say is right. Nothing you ever say is correct. Nothing you ever say lands. And you're living in the shadow of your family name. Again, none of these things would excuse unaliving your parents. But I want to paint this context here. This is Hollywood, where Jamie Spears, with full permission of the court, was allowed to take full control of his adult daughter's life. Meanwhile, he was in active addiction at parts of this conservatorship. He had to sign affidavits saying he's not going to, he's clean and sober and whatever. Britney, listen to this. Britney Spears, who was the one making the money. This is different than the Rob and Nick situation because I think Rob was the one making the money here. He was the famous one. But Britney Spears' dad, who couldn't even figure out his own health, his own sobriety, was put in complete and total tyrannical charge of his adult daughter, 26 years old, and her safety, her health care, which doctors she saw, which food she could eat, what if she could have a baby, what contract she entered into, all the while he didn't take care of his health or his sobriety himself. Britney Spears had to take, under the conservatorship, drug tests. Jamie Spears did not. Britney Spears could not drink. Jamie Spears could. These are the ways Hollywood operates. I wouldn't be surprised to find out 50% of Sam Williams, Hank Williams Jr. We have another third generation country music royalty type of thing. Sam Williams, there's Hank Williams Jr. And then there's Hank. There had to be a junior because there was a first. Hank Williams, the infamous and very, or I should say, I don't know what word I'm looking for. Infamous sounds kind of negative, but like very famous, iconic country music star. Then he had a son, Hank Williams Jr. Well, guess what? According to the grandson, Sam Williams, who's also trying to be a country singer, he was in a conservatorship. So this is the way that the entertainment industry works and operates, and they don't think it's wrong over there to put your adult kid in a conservatorship. It's better to have that control. It's better to have the control over the story, over the person, than to just let them make their own mistakes. I can guarantee you that I got where I am today because my parents stepped back when I turned about 17, 18 years old and said, whatever you're going to do, we can't tell you what to do. I wish you wouldn't do this thing. I wish you wouldn't do that thing. But nobody was hiring private investigators to follow me around into the Tiger Bar. I can tell you that. Nobody was filming me from across the bar to send it to my mama and my daddy when I was, for the 99 and the 2000 at Reggie's. Okay. At 2 a.m. That's just not. Reggie's is a bar in Tigerland, by the way. I don't know if they still have Reggie's. Put a one in the chat if they still have Reggie's. Tiger Bar, I should say. So did I miss a few of my bills? Did my, internet get cut off a couple times? Stuff like that. Like, oops. I had to face a natural consequence of my own action. Did I sign up for an apartment that was too expensive really for me to afford, even though my dad said that's too expensive? You're not going to be able to afford that. And I said, yes, I am. He didn't step in and bail me out of that. I had to work them shifts. I had to work the shifts at the restaurant to pay the rent. These are natural consequences that a lot of these Hollywood types never really get, frankly, the luxury of having. So yeah, Anne Lai. Yeah, I've seen a lot. That's why I started this whole thing saying everywhere you look, whether it be Page 6, Daily Mail, all the way up to the LA Times, the New York Times, Fox News, News Nation, everybody's in agreement that this son was a piece of shit. He did it. He did it for no reason, no motive. He was just a douche, just cuz. And I don't blame Andy for taking that position because that's all the news and the media is saying. Me personally, I don't just go by what they say. I like to use, other forms of thinking, also my own personal experiences. I have pretty much made it my mission the last 5 going on 6 years to look a little closer at these things that might appear to be just so clear on their face. Oh yeah, Britney's crazy. Moving on. They lied and said she had dementia. And then they drugged her out of her freaking mind against her will for over a decade. Maybe that has something to do with why y'all think she's crazy. Perez Hilton, he's never faced accountability, ever. For, in my opinion, the criminal stalking he did. That's my opinion. He's never been, like I said, never faced accountability for it. So it's not like anybody's convicted him of it. But that's my opinion. I believe what he did to Britney Spears, Paris Hilton, taking pictures up their dresses and posting it online. Now we have door dashers on TikTok, I think appropriately being held responsible for putting pictures like that and videos like that of other people up online, but Perez Hilton wasn't. You're going to get a lot of hypocrisy throughout today's video. You're going to get a lot of what's good for the goose ain't good for the gander. Do as I say, not as I do. Perez Hilton can do it, but not the DoorDasher. And again, I don't think Perez Hilton should have been able to do it either, just for the record. He's disgusting. I rebuke. Okay. So let's get back to this script a little bit, or not script, this plot, and the notes I took about the plot. So when Charlie gets home from the breaking out of the teen wilderness camp that his parents had him in against his will, and again, how did he get in there? He got kidnapped. In the middle of the night, a very traumatic incident. They break in, you don't know who these people are, and they throw you in the back of a van. The next thing you know, you're in Utah. So he turns 18, he gets out of there, he breaks the window on the way out of the prison camp, and he finally makes it home. But he had given his mom a warning that he was coming home. Remember, I'm coming home, I'm on my way. I think things are going to be different this time, he said. And he did seem like he was going to try and do better. Now, did his actions and the character really portray that he was going to actually try to do better? No. He smoked 420 on the way home. He stole somebody's Oxy on the way home. He broke a window on the way out. So yeah, the character didn't really look like he was ready to turn over a new leaf. So he gets home and the two parents are sitting on the couch, and then there's this slob of an interventionist with a ponytail and a Hawaiian shirt. And he's like, you got to go to rehab. This is an intervention. And the Charlie, the person who's supposedly supposed to be Nick, he's like, please, I don't want to go to rehab. Please just let me at least try. Can I just try to be an adult? I'm 18 years old now. Let me just try. And at the time, the dad in the script, the dad in the movie, he was running for governor. So a big backdrop of the whole plot is the dad is really worried about his own reputation because he's running for politics. And he's kind of embarrassed of the son and the son's activities and behaviors. And so a big thing about this movie, I think, is showing he was kind of trying to lock his son up and throw away the key just so that he didn't embarrass him publicly because, he had a name to uphold. So Charlie in the movie's I'll be good. I can't go back to one of these places that's like a prison. I need to be given some type of freedom to be an adult and do adult things or whatever. I'm paraphrasing here. Y'all can watch the movie for free. It's on YouTube. But say something said Reiner, Rob, I'm assuming you mean, didn't even let Nick have full control over that film. Or perhaps we would have seen a different perspective of the dad. Excellent point. And it is something I will be getting into as the video goes on. So the dad then says no in the movie. He's like, you're not going to just be sitting here at my house. No. But I did get off the phone with them people from Utah, and guess what they told me? They said that you broke the window on your way out. What was that about, buddy? He's like, so you can go face criminal charges in Utah, or you can voluntarily go to rehab. And I mean, look, y'all, listen, this is 10 years ago, and it's another version of conservatorship or jail, rehab or jail. You can go to jail or you can go to rehab. Me, I'm going jail every time. I'm going jail. I am not going to submit to oversight of my health by someone in the government. No, I'm not doing it. Sorry, I'm not. Y'all can do what y'all want to do. Also, you have rights in jail, even if they're not like actually respected. Like you do have for sure have rights. There's in rehab, the doctor can just drug you up on gabapentin, risperidone, booty shot. What's that other one? They SSR, whatever. And look, if y'all are taking that and it's working for you, I'm glad. Shout out to you. I don't want to do that. I have like a very strong opposition to this forced rehab thing. Strong. Because I don't believe, I actually, let me rephrase that. I know for a fact, it's not a belief, it's a fact. Nobody gets sober, nobody gets off drugs, and nobody gets off alcohol until or unless they want to. You can prolong the inevitable by locking them up and throwing away the key. You can force, but as soon as they wander out on their own, if they didn't actually want to be sober and off the drugs and alcohol, they not going to. They going right back to South LA or wherever it was they got it in the first place. That's just the facts. Argue with your mama. Argue with Dr. Phil. Don't argue with me. Now, on the same token, when somebody decides they want to get sober, they don't need nothing else. They don't need anything else. Just their own free will. Because when they decide it for real, they do. Put a 1 in the chat if you already know that's true. Okay. Lord Jesus can help. And indeed, absolutely, Lord Jesus has gotten a lot of people clean and sober. But what I meant was you don't need a 12-step meeting. Some people will say that you do. For you specifically, maybe you do, girl. Maybe you do. I'm not trying to belittle or diminish it. I know it helps people. But a lot of people don't never go to one single AA, never one single NA meeting, and just quit because they want to. Now, if it helps you, great. I'm glad. Good for you. That's awesome. I ain't even trying to be like what's the word I'm looking for? Snide about it. I really mean it. But it's just not going to actually cut it if people don't want to do it. And you can do it without that for sure. Or people can do it without that. And that's why I'm like, I don't know. Like the fact that the courts order this like so blanket, it's like, I think it's like a 5% success rate. And then you have all these people in your freaking business. And you can imagine that like, I don't know, some part of what these famous kids are really getting in all this trouble for and stuff is because they just never are given any freedom. They're always watched. There's always people around. Don't say that. Don't do this. What will people say? What will people do? So who gives a shit? Who cares? These Holly weirdos care. And again, I'm not speaking ill of the dead. I don't know what exactly the dynamic was between them, but we do have this movie that they both put out. X3RO said, I quit drinking in 2018 and not a day spent in AA or a rehab. I took back control. Period. Ooh, beautiful dreamer. That is interesting. Is another one, see something, say something, said a lot of times they're scared that the kids are going to actually tell their secrets. That's could be what's going on. They make it a point to say the film was loosely based on reality. Yes, they do. Okay, so in the movie, he's like faced with this intervention. His dad's like, well, you got to go to face criminal charges for breaking that window in Utah, or you can just simply just go to rehab for 30 days. And he decides to go to rehab for 30 days. So he says, though, I don't want to go to be in a lockdown type of place. Those places are like a prison. And they're like, it's not going to be a lockdown type of place. It's more like a residential, it's like a house, more like a house. And he's like, yeah, that's what they all say. I gotta stop reading y'all's comments, but there's some good ones in there. There's some good in the live chat. Okay, so he doesn't want to be locked down. In my opinion, this is just my analysis, like artistic analysis of the movie. Like there seems to be like an emphasis on invasiveness, the invasiveness and the control of this rehab setting. He's checking in, and yeah, it's voluntary. But like there's the way the scene is shot, it kind of really puts the viewer in the mindset of, or not the mindset, but it gives the viewer a perspective that doesn't look pleasant. It looks invasive and controlling. They have this huge syringe and they're taking, blood. And it reminds me, of course, of Britney Spears saying that they were taking blood every day while she was forced in that rehab by her dad in 2019. They have him butt naked in the scene, and this doctor is like, doing the checks, and I'll spare you the details, but it just really shows you how like exposed, vulnerable, and in complete control, or completely out of control that he really is of his own life, even though he voluntarily went to this rehab. And I think those themes of control and invasiveness and never having your own privacy, that feeling when your parents take your door, off the hinges when you're a kid. And, some people still don't think their parents should have done that. Some people think that was fine for them to do it, like as a punishment, because you don't need to be in there doing that private. You can't act right. You don't get privacy. There's a reason why privacy or taking away of it is a punishment. And this is psychologically studied very deeply. Even at the quantum level, a light particle that is being observed acts differently and behaves differently than when it is not being observed. At the particle level, we need privacy to do shit. Like, just a little. You need your own safe space that's truly safe. And throughout this movie, I notice a theme kind of reappearing in different ways and shown through different lenses, that there's just never was privacy. He never got privacy, and he kind of never got a choice. Again, this is the character in the movie, which is loosely based on reality, but some of this stuff isn't real. Ooh, I didn't know this. Okay, so in Scientology, they teach you states of confusion are destructive. And that's the truth. And then they teach you how to throw someone into confusion. You locate the one variable they know to be true and then invalidate it. Wow, that is interesting. That is interesting. Okay, so let's get back to this plot. Again, y'all, I told y'all we're going to be here for a while today, so just settle in. Get your coffee, get your tea. Oh my God, you lived in Clearwater for 13 years. I kind of like started to think like nobody lives in Clearwater unless they're a Scientologist, like, because I think the Scientologists are just like in control of that city. So that would be interesting to hear about how that, like, being a non-Scientologist affects like living there. Okay. So he goes to rehab. He goes in there. He's got to get all the checks. He gets the, whatever. And they emphasize the invasiveness and the control, him getting the blood drawn, him being naked. And it reminded me of Paris Hilton saying, she had been sent to these places as a kid. And it also reminded me of Britney. And Bam a little bit. So then he goes, of course, you can't have a rehab without group therapy. So he goes to the group session, and he is combative at first. He's not really, I don't think he's like good faith participating in the program. He's saying that he doesn't really buy it. Basically, he says, the people that are doing this rehab, the leader of the house or whatever, he's like, the only reason you're doing this is because you just like to get a up close, up front, up seat to human suffering. So he's basically just like accusing this guy of being a sadist or something. Like, you just like watching people suffer. It somehow makes you feel better about your pathetic life. He also says that he refers to himself as a customer, not a patient. So he's showing that he's cynical of this rehab system at all. Even though he agreed to come here, he's cynical. He thinks it's just for money. He's not seen as a patient. He's seen as a customer. The guys who are sitting here in this group therapy acting like they want to help, he sees it in a very cynical way. He's like, you don't want to help. You just like watching us sit here and be pathetic, basically. And of course, the group leader like pushes back on that or whatever. But another thing that he brings up in the group therapy session is that, what's the point of doing all this anyway? This is again a character in a movie, but it's supposed to be based on Nick. He said, everybody, and this is a paraphrase, is always going to just be waiting for me to F up. Everybody already knows I'm at it. I'm a junkie. I can't do anything without that hanging over my head. I can't go anywhere without people just waiting for me to mess up. And then when I do, it's going to be the problem. It's going to be the fault of the addiction. It's going to be the alcohol. It's going to be the other substances I do. It's not going to be just because I simply made a human mistake. He's like, this is a shadow. It's overshadowing me for the rest of forever. So what's the point of this anyway? Now, I don't know, personally, how that stigma operates as someone who has made these, or had these things happen to them and stuff like that. But again, remember the kid is 18 years old when he's just turned 18, like that day, like a couple days that week or whatever. No, I never did see Stand By Me. No, I did not. This is interesting. Linda Evans said, dragging your adult, quote, crazy son to a party and forcing other people to deal with family problems is wild. And entitlement culture. Rob Reiner was used to. Okay, that's interesting. Perspective. Selena Gomez was sent to these places. Demi Lovato was sent to these places. Lindsay Lohan was sent to these places. And don't even get me started on how when a huge celebrity like Britney or Lindsay would go to these places, or Bam Margera, they would get publicity. TMZ would report on it. The Hollywood Reporter, what was the one freaking Chloe worked for? Hollywood something. I don't even remember. Okay, so I like reading y'all's comments, but it makes my video be like an hour longer. Okay, so let's get back to this movie plot. So he's in the rehab. He's kind of like not really going, it's not going well at first. And another thing that happened in the rehab in the movie was that people recognized him. So his fellow participants of the rehab who were there, they were like, are you so-and-so's son? And they knew it. And they were like, I knew it. And so again, I think it kind of emphasizes what do I have that's really mine? I can't even go into a rehab without the shadow of my very successful father, who is the reason I'm here, because he basically like conservatorship or jailed me, rehab or jailed me. And I can't even escape him in here. People are recognizing me about it and for it and stuff. And even though that is a good thing and it shows that your parent is successful and it's kind of probably cool sometimes, it's probably also like you never really get to be your own person because you're always that guy's son, Okay, so then he's in there. All right, so then things, it's a movie. So the plot is like, things start, he starts to work the program. He starts to participate, play along. He meets a girl in the rehab. And that's, another thing that's kind of against the rules. You're not supposed to develop a romantic relationship with people in rehab, but he does. And she, but in any event, they both start to just go with the program, 30 days. All right, fine. One of the things that has the option to do in the rehab is there's a talent show. And the talent show, somebody signs up Charlie, right? This is like the Nick character. Somebody signs him up for the talent show to do stand-up comedy. Now, this is very interesting to me because like I told y'all earlier, the Reiners are a comedy family. Yes, Rob Reiner ended up being a movie producer, but his dad was a comedian. And Rob Reiner's a comedian. And that's why we got this roast. There was like a Comedy Central roast. He's a member of the Friars. He was a member of the Friars Club in New York City, which is a comedy society. It's like prestigious to get into it. And it's like a social club for comics and people in the entertainment industry. And so this is a comedy family in real life. So then in the movie that's kind of loosely based on these people, Nick is trying to try out his chops at comedy. Okay. And he doesn't actually want to do the open mic night, but his friend, remember his up to no good friend that drove him, when the hitchhiker dropped him off way earlier, he encourages it. The girl he likes in rehab encourages it. And Charlie tries to take his name off the list. He doesn't actually want to do a stand-up routine. Remember that second thing I told y'all? The first one was, what do I have that's mine? The second one was, what if everything you ever say is held against you? Might make you feel a little fearful to express yourself in front of a crowd, for example. And also remember, in the movie, the dad's running for governor. Okay. So he's not allowed to take his name off the list. And so the night of the comedy show, the talent show, people are dancing, people are singing, people are playing guitar. It's his turn. His name gets called and he kind of gets pushed up on the stage and he does not want to do it. But as he's saying, no, 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 the leader, this lady, Susan, we'll call her, I don't remember her name, Susan, she's like, you can do it. She's yelling from the back with her clipboard, the Lou Taylor type. This is a safe space. You can do it. This is a safe space. It's nothing it's going to be all right. You're good. So lured him into thinking it was a safe space. Well, he got up there and started talking about, comedy. A lot of times it's true. He starts making jokes about things he did to get in rehab. He starts making jokes. He's like, yeah, y'all thought that I was born with a silver spoon. What's this guy born with a silver spoon doing? Doing beep off of the spoon. Ha, ha, ha. And the people in the audience loved it. The other rehab participants loved it. But, the counselors and stuff start looking kind of uncomfortable. And it's in my mind, I don't know if it's like on the spectrum thing or it's just like a common sense thing. I don't know if it's maybe I got a higher IQ than these supposed counselors that were the characters. But it's like, y'all just freaking told him this was a safe space. So it's a safe space, right? No, but not that. You can't say that joke. And again, you could imagine how this translated in real life. Imagine being born to a family of comics that were like in the 50s, 60s, 90s of comedy. They used to be able to make a joke about freaking anything. But now you're in 2016, 2013, you're trying to make those same jokes, but you can't make those same jokes anymore. Comedy is completely different now. So he didn't even really have a framework, even if he would have been as good at, comedy or whatever as the parents, as the dad and the grandfather. So it's kind of like, I think kind of amplifying the frustration of like, nothing I ever do is good enough. Nothing I ever say is good enough. I'm trying to get up here and do my joke after I was basically forced to. Remember, the character did not sign up for the show. Someone signed him up for it. He tried to get out of it. They wouldn't let him. He tried on the night of not to go up. They kind of forced him. So he went up there with the only material he had. And they were like, no, not that. And he ends up getting punished. He gets toilet cleaning duty. And you have to be in the toilet with a toothbrush. And it's like, well, for what? It just shows the tyranny and the don't make no damn sense of these prison camp rehabs that they be putting people in. And look, listen, if you went to rehab and it helped you, good. And I know not every rehab is the same, but this is unfortunately a reality for a lot of people. They go in, they're told one thing. That's not how it ends up being. They have to follow every rule. They have to take a shower within 30 seconds. But then here's the counselor who don't have to follow those rules. They can come and go as they please. You're being told it's a safe space to tell your comedy, but oh no, it's not actually. It's like, then just tell me what the freaking rules are. Okay. So he was lured to think the comedy show was a safe space. He does the comedy show, but then he ends up getting toilet duty for a week. He was sober in the rehab for months. He earned an overnight pass where he could leave rehab. But in order to leave, his parents, for some freaking reason, had to sign for him to leave and, I guess take some type of responsibility for him. Well, the dad... So they showed Charlie's perspective, and he's been working so hard. He had this toilet duty. He is funny. The jokes he was saying were funny. And then he still ends up being able to earn a night out. And he was very excited about it. He was so excited because remember, all he really wanted to do was just be out. and try to be an adult or whatever. And so he calls his dad in the movie and he's like, I want to go on my overnight. I'm so excited. I'm so proud. I earned an overnight. You know, you have to stay on track. You have to do everything right. You can't even be late for waking up. And he did all of that for months. And his dad was like, I don't know if it's such a good idea for you to get out right now. And then they cut to the dad and the mom having like a lunch. And the dad saying, you know, the election's in 3 weeks, only bad could come from it. So it just shows that, like, maybe the dad in the movie had a good reason not to, but he did not trust his own son. And he wanted to be in control and control the son because of his own shit he had he had going on. He was running for governor, so the son can't have his day out that he earned. Well, anyway, ends up being he gets to come out and have his overnight pass anyway. But this was something that I found to be compelling, interesting in the movie script. So in the movie, he gets to leave. He goes stay at his parents' beach house. And around that same time, the comedy performance that he was forced to do, it was recorded. And it got leaked onto YouTube. And it had 50,000 views. Or like online. I shouldn't say YouTube. It didn't say YouTube in the movie. But the dad who's running for governor is pissed. He does a press conference about the comedy special because, again, the kid or the son who's like 18 in his little comedy special at the rehab talent show that got put onto the internet. Again, what does he have that's his? He can't even do his little comedy show he was forced to do without it getting leaked onto the internet and it coming back onto his dad. And then his dad has got to do a press conference about it. But this was really the alarming part about this dad, or there was a few alarming things. But he has a press conference and he basically lies to the public. People ask, they're like, excuse me, sir, yes, running for governor. Is it true that your son is in rehab in LA and, you know, he's struggled with addiction? And the dad's like, no, that video is from a party he was at. He's not in rehab. And it's like, okay, he wasn't in rehab at that time. He was in a halfway house, but it's kind of like misleading because he definitely was not at a party. He was at a rehab talent show or a halfway house talent show. So the dad is not honest to the public. Now, what's the reason for that? Maybe he's trying to save his own self-image. Maybe he's trying to take up for his son to make his son not look bad, but it's hard to see it as anything other than his own reputation management in the full context of the movie. So the new girlfriend, she's kind of like starts to take issue with how controlling the dad is. And she's like, I don't like, what are we in middle school? Like someone has to, you know, she just doesn't like the whole like controlling environment of the rehab or whatever. But it also made me realize that it's very likely that Nick has had a hard time developing relationships outside of the surveillance and the scrutiny of his dad as well. Because there's always this sort of in the movie with Charlie, there's always this kind of overbearing shadow of his dad controlling everything he's doing, even after he turns 18. And again, he threatened him with okay, well, you can go do jail or rehab. So the dad does a press conference. He lies and says Charlie was at a party and that he was not in rehab. Charlie wants to leave rehab. And that's the scene where he actually says to the rehab director, which at this point, or the halfway house director, at this point, it's Common, the singer / performance artist. He's in this movie. And it's this dialogue that goes on between Common and the character that, you know, is supposed to be Nick. He says, what do I have that's mine? This place is like an effing prison. Well, ends up turning out. Yes, I saw Wayward on Netflix, and I definitely got a lot out of that. It was a good one. Y'all should watch it. It's a series about like a prison camp school for children. Okay, so ends up finding out. So you remember at the beginning of this whole movie plot where he escaped from the prison camp for children and he gets to his house and there's an intervention there. And then the intervention is like, well, you can go to, you know, jail in Utah. You can go back to Utah. You can go to voluntarily 30 days to rehab. Turns out that was a lie. It wasn't true. It was fake. He was not facing any charges. So that was just fake. His dad lied to him, and his mom sat there and lied too in the movie. And the interventionist and everybody was just saying, well, you can go face criminal charges. There was no charges to face. It was a lie. So this is two different ways that this dad in the movie is a liar. He lied to the public. He lied to the people, said his son wasn't in rehab, said his son was at a party doing stand-up, that neither one of those were true. He also lied to his son to get him to go to rehab, quote, voluntarily. And it was like as soon as he wasn't 18 anymore, he tricked him. He lied to him. Just like that lady lied to him and said, this is a safe space. It wasn't a safe space. First of all, he was recorded and it was put out. But second of all, he was punished for his jokes. He wasn't told that he wasn't allowed to make that joke, but he was punished for it. It was not a safe space. So he's just getting lied to west and east, to and fro, left and right in the movie, this character. Well, the lies don't, the lying trope doesn't end there, because he ends up turning up back to his own house. He leaves rehab. Remember, he's there voluntarily, the halfway house. So he leaves. He comes back and he's kind of like stealing his parents' car. Again, what does he have that's his? He doesn't have a car. So he has to steal his parents' car. He has not been allowed to make mistakes or be an adult or get a job or to pay for a car. It's very easy to say, why don't these brats just get a job? A lot of times these rich parents don't want the rest of Hollywood to see their kid working at Jamba Juice. They don't want the, quote, embarrassment that comes along with their child working a working class job. So they're not allowed to. So it's a weird catch-22 where he comes back to get the car and the dad's like, oh, now you're going to steal my car. The dad confronts him. Why can't you ever just be honest and take accountability? And I wrote in my notes, that's ironic considering the dad just stood up there at the press conference and lied to the whole public about Charlie being in rehab and doing a comedy at a party. But Charlie calls his dad out for hypocrisy as well. He calls him out for lying to him about being in criminal trouble in Utah. And this is a quote. He said, I had no choice. And this is a quote, rehab or jail? Yeah, quite a wide selection there. Again, reiterating and showing, reinforcing this concept and this notion that he doesn't really have any control over his life. He has no choices. It's a perceived choice, but he's in these golden handcuffs. Rehab or jail, pick one. Well, they're both jail. So, okay. There's also this piece of the movie this theme of surveillance. The dad has connections and he's talking like, do you want him arrested? No, don't arrest him, but just keep an eye on him. Like as if to imply that the dad is using his connections in the government or with law enforcement to keep an eye on his child and to basically have him stalked. I'm sure that's not the definition, that he would use. This is a fake movie. This is characters in a movie. I don't know if this ever really happened. But they have people trailing Charlie to keep an eye on him. No, I don't want him arrested. Just keep an eye on him. More hypocrisy is shown because these parents, what's good for the goose, not good for the gander. They drinking all the time. Charlie wakes up again. He's trying to be sober. He's been sober for months. He comes downstairs and there's two open wine bottles on the kitchen counter in the next morning when he comes down. Now, parents are allowed to drink in their own house. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is they would act as if he having a drink would be some type of fatal flaw, fatal sin. But they have this stuff just open and out right around him and right in front of him as if they don't even recognize how that is possibly a triggering factor for their son who they're trying to force to be sober. Like you're not even safe in your own house. Again, I do think there's a two-way street here of like, you should be able to be around it at some point where you're not going to be like, needing it right then and there. But y'all, he was 18 years old. He had been forced into rehab and now he's trying to finally come back and live a normal life with his parents and they just have it right out there on the counter. It's very tempting. They also have wine racks. And then he smashes the empty wine bottle on the ground. And then he ends up in the next few scenes out somewhere looking like it's Skid Row, doing substances in a bathroom. He ends up getting around the wrong crowd of people. They beat him up. That investigator cop who was following him is taking pictures of him at parties. The dad tells the investigator to keep doing it, but not bring him in, but still doesn't invite his son to come back home. So he's having him followed all around LA. He knows he's getting beat up. He knows he's doing substances. He knows he's out there doing things unspeakable. But the dad doesn't just call up his son and say, "Hey, come back home." He doesn't even make a step. He doesn't even make an attempt. He's just keeping tabs without actually offering any assistance. And maybe you don't offer assistance, but to me, this is still like a controlling, overbearing, and enabling behavior, because you are still acting like some type of safety net. Either you're enabling or you're not. And I'm sorry, that's just how it is. Okay. He ends up moving in with his friend. He ends up doing substances with his friend. It's that same friend that started this whole thing together with him whenever they were at that house party in high school. And one of them did the substance. They all three did it. One of them OD'd and almost died and all that. So he's back with that one same friend who came, picked him up from the side of the street when he got kicked out of the Good Samaritan's car. And he's moved in now with that friend. Well, him and that friend are doing substances. Okay. The friend starts seizing. And he has, unfortunately, trigger warning, he dies. He ends up dying in the hospital. But before he died, he's having the seizure or whatever, Charlie calls 911. This scene was particularly very, very difficult to watch. I mean, parts of this movie are rough, just so y'all know. It's like some parts are funny. There's comedy scenes and sketches and little one-liners. But like some of these, it's a serious, serious subject. And it deals with very young people. So, dealing with these things. So, he does call 911 for help. He tries to put his friend in the shower. The friend dies. Now Charlie gets put in jail, and his dad and his mom both do finally show up. They bring him home. This is the 11th hour event of the dad's election. It ends up being news and embarrassing the dad and all that. That whole part of the storyline pops up again, and they end up detoxing Charlie there at the house, and they have a whole little film progression scene of him detoxing and all that. Well, the dad ends up winning the governor race anyway in the movie, and him and the son have a heart-to-heart talk the next morning. He said, every expert, it's really emotional for me to talk about this stuff. Sometimes it just really slaps me right in the face with emotions. And it's like, I don't know what it is about this stupid line that got me so worked up. But it's one of the last lines of the movie. And it says, every expert told me I had to be tough on you. This is the dad to the son in the movie. But every time I sent you away to one of those programs, I saw you slipping further away from us. All I could tell myself was I would rather have you alive and hating me than dead. So that was kind of the end of the movie. The kid, the son, he goes off somewhere. The dad goes to live in Sacramento, I think. And there's a lot of overlap with this story that I'm leaving out with the Shia LaBeouf story and his character that he played in Even Stevens. His mom was a politician. She would always be in Sacramento. But that's the movie, okay? So that's the plot of the movie. And this is going to be a real long video. But that's the plot of the movie. And then as a part of the movie, hold on. I'm just doing some comment management. Okay. Yeah, it's rough. It's sad. It is sad, especially knowing what we know now about, the people who this movie is based off of. Just like even knowing what we do know for certain is the dad is no longer living, the person who the dad character was based off of. And that's very sad. No, you did not get blocked because I can see your comment. Okay. So this was the movie, and I want to we talked about the plot. So now what I want to do is talk about some of the things that came out in the press. What do you call it? A press tour? Some of the stuff that came out in the press tour. We're going to watch a couple clips too. And this is the father and the son. Okay, so this is the director of the movie and one of the co-writers of the movie, who also happened to be a father and son, who also happen to be people that the main characters of the movie are based off of. So, I mean, kind of meta, right? Because, like, what is his story? What is Charlie's story? What is his story versus what is his dad's version of trying to tell the story as the director? It might have been, looking back, not the best idea to have the dad direct this movie. And I'm not saying that he like somehow deserved or whatever. I'm just saying, looking back, even on just the press tour, it doesn't appear, we're going to see some things. Y'all can tell me your opinion, but my opinion, it doesn't appear like Nick was really happy or comfortable with the press tour. Okay. Okay, I was looking at y'all's comments. Okay. So here's the web. And where do I want to start? Okay, let's start here. This is a Hollywood Access interview from 2016. And even truly, just even the thumbnail, like there have already been body language experts coming out and analyzing a lot of these interviews about their body language and things like that. And it's just like none of them are saying this looks like a particularly healthy and loving relationship. Those are things you should take with a grain of salt. But this interview in particular, there was something very pertinent and important to me that I want to point out to y'all that happened in this interview. The movie itself, this movie called Being Charlie, it originally was not supposed to be a movie. Originally, it was a stand-up special. Now remember, this is a comedy family. And little Nicky was ready and willing and trying to throw his hat into the family comedy circle ring. But his dad was not in any way encouraging or supportive of it. It started out as a comedy special that was, quote, terrible. And the person saying it was terrible was Nick himself. He said it was terrible. But then the dad kind of cuts him off and says, well, I always felt like he could go deeper with it. I always thought he could go deeper with it. And the son, Nick, is like, oh, well, that's not what you said at the time. You just said it was trash and ripped it up. But yeah, sure. Now you can say that on the interview. And it was kind of like, okay, that was a little moment of, and we're going to watch this clip together. But these are the parts that I found important. So I want y'all to be on the lookout for this. He said, that's not what you said at the time. You said it was trash, but okay, haha. He said he did not like AA. And we've had many people in this chat say they got clean and sober years and years ago. We're never not going on not one AA. So AA, I don't want people brainwashed thinking that's the only way. In fact, and indeed, only about 5% of people that do AA is it successful for. So I think everybody should try it because it is so readily available. But if you don't like it, I don't think you should be forced to do it because it is kind of like an invasive, like buddy system way of doing things. And not everybody wants to be telling their sponsor every single thing. And not everybody needs to be. Some people just need a little bit of privacy and a little bit of letting themselves just have some time alone with their thoughts without checking in with Big Buddy every 5 minutes. Okay. Some people do need that. People are different. So he didn't like AA, but he said that there were other ways that he was able to stay off of the substances. He said, I prefer to do it in the way where I'm staying active. I'm working on my health, being healthier. I'm in therapy. If you can afford doing therapy, have a therapist. So he was in therapy. He said, and have supportive friends and have supportive family. Like, if you don't, maybe AA was something you need, but he's like, these are the things I would rather do. And he says in this interview something that almost brought tears to my eyes because it does mirror what the character in the movie, Charlie, had said. he said, really, the only thing I want. Well, what had happened was the interviewer asks him, like, do you try to avoid parties where there's alcohol or places where there might be the substances? Because I mean, a lot of people will tell you, like, they're not necessarily even an alcoholic, but once they start drinking, then that leads to smoking. And once they start smoking, then that bone is connected to the whatever else bone. And then the next thing you know, you're somewhere doing something you're not supposed to do. So just not even starting on the drinking path, even though they're like, that's not even my thing of choice. I just don't start drinking because that bone's connected to the smoking bone and the smoking bone's connected to the blacking out bone or whatever. So, Totsky, that's funny. I tried the like button and it works. You guys need to try it too. So I'm going to pull this up, but he says, I don't want to be isolated. I want to go to the parties. I don't want to be alienated and ostracized. I just want to be part of the crew again. That almost, like I said, brought tears to my eyes. So let me pull this video up. We're not going to watch the whole thing.
You don't seem very fiery to me. You seem
I
like
get
you
crazy. I get crazy.
I get crazy.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see. I want to do the one where it's like, God, where's this? Where he's like, and y'all can go watch these. This is Access Hollywood. It was just posted 2 days ago, but it was an interview from 2016. And I'm going to search the transcript. It's 12 minutes long, so I only want to show y'all a couple things from this video because we have a lot to get through today. So let me look up. What was that first thing? I always felt, okay. Okay, so this is about 52 seconds in. They are, hold on, let me put up the right thing. It's 52 seconds into the video. The video is entitled Rob Reiner Talks About Nick Reiner's Drug Addiction in 2016 Interview Exclusive. So this was an Access Hollywood interview. And this is a part of the interview where Nick is talking about where he drew inspiration from when he was writing this script. And playing and
yeah, from my own
directing.
experiences and from also seeing other people going through it and also the varying establishments that I was in, you really get a sense for that whole world. So it's not like copy and pasted, but it's definitely
okay. So this guy right here, this is the actor who is playing who's playing Charlie, but Charlie is based on Nick, and Nick is actually happens to be this actor's real name. So I can imagine this is just like a total, like, where does Charlie start and Nick end, and this Nick start and Charlie end? Like I can't get into the mind of how these people do acting because it just feels like lying. It just kind of feels like lying. But shout out to them, for doing it and stuff. So this guy right here is the one who's playing this is Charlie, but he's playing Charlie, and Charlie's supposed to be Nick Reiner loosely.
Like a 4-year process. Like first we started out with this like slapsticky half-hour comedy pilot.
You could go deep.
First, it started out as a slapstick comedy. Then I showed it to my dad and he's like, eh. And you don't even hear Nick Reiner getting the opportunity to explain a full thought before his dad jumps in. I thought it couldn't to explain himself. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Sticky half-hour comedy pilot.
I want him to go deeper with it.
Yeah, well, that wasn't said at the time. It was sort of just like, hey, this is trash. But anyways, we went. Like, what about?
So that little interaction to me is very telling because it appears as though Nick wanted to do a comedy special. And again, this is a comedy family. Okay, this is a comedy family. So he wanted to do a comedy special and make light of something that was really hard for him in his life. And the dad he vetoed it. Not only did he veto it, he called it trash. He said, this is garbage. And Nick, years later, wasn't even allowed to even start talking about that as the story without the dad jumping in. I just thought you could go deeper. And like I said, it's a very interesting interaction because the son says, well, that's not what you said at the time. What you said at the time was it's trash. Now, we'll never know if it was trash or it wasn't, but I will tell you the jokes that the character said were, in my opinion, pretty funny. And all the people in the thing, in the audience, were laughing except the counselors who were trying to control his speech. So thanks so much to JC for the $1.99 super chat. Yes, I have seen Wayward. And y'all should check that out too. Thanks so much, Gray Sheets 78 for the $1 super chat. Shout out to you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So I just wanted to show y'all that real interaction between the actual father and the actual son in this interview. It was awkward. And there's a power struggle here over Nick's own artistic expression. Now, devil's advocate position would be it's both of their artistic expression because the dad is still the dad. Like he's featured in the story too. He should have some say. Well, I mean, maybe that's true, especially since it ended up being a movie. But do you see how the dad kind of sucked the story from his son as being a slapstick comedy special into the director world because that's the world that he does have control over? And I'm not trying to say that in necessarily is the case that this Reiner, was this evil, controlling, tyrannical monster. Although I will say the dad in the movie was definitely portrayed that way. This guy might just really just love his son, and not want anything bad to happen to him. But his intentions don't necessarily always, and no parent's intentions, as y'all know, if you have kids, don't always come across in the way that, the kid is perceiving it. So there appears to be a power struggle for sure. And as I'm clicking through these different videos, as we go to different ones, I do want y'all just for fun, science purposes, to take into account any of these recommended video titles, because a whole lot of them are things like the dangerous pattern nobody noticed, psychic tarot reading, my algorithm, insanity plea coming. It's very frankly one-sided, as I have discussed previously. Thanks so much to Lady Pamela for the $2 Canadian super chat. Thanks for being your classy self. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. I never saw Spinal Tap 1 or 2, and I probably won't because I actually was reading some lyrics. Actually, y'all remind me to do the Spinal Tap lyrics. I don't want to go on a tangent right now, but I do want to maybe cover this song. Okay. Okay. He didn't like AA. So let's go to that part. And I want y'all to just always, keep observing how, he's not really saying the things that they like these people to say either. Like, think about how Steve-O talks about AA, even how they obviously expect Bam to talk about, or used to at least expect Bam to talk about it. It's like, oh no, it's helping. The people are helping me and that's helping me. It's like, how about some truth? Don't help everybody. Some people actually are repulsed by it. And that's something that is a hard truth for people because they put all their hopes and dreams on AA as the only thing that can work. And when it don't, they're like, oh no, it must be something wrong with you that it don't work. Well, maybe not. Maybe just that don't just work for everybody. Okay, so this is the part about the AA that he said.
Sure. How do you manage it now? Do you go to AA meetings regularly? And
I found that those weren't as helpful for me as things like staying active and replacing replacing the activity that you were doing before with stuff that's healthier, like working out, if you can afford it, going to a therapist, as well as having a good, support group of friends. I have that, which is lucky, and not everybody has that. and I have some supportive parents.
And you also found work that you like. I mean, you found his writing, and that's something that, you know, he likes to do, and he works with his friends doing that. So
Can you be in a room now where
Okay.
people are drinking or?
So that's interesting. Okay, so now that was his take on the AA thing. I wanted to show that to y'all. And now he's asking, can you be in a room now with people doing this stuff? And I want y'all to listen to his answer.
Or smoking pot or something, or do you consciously avoid those situations?
No, I want to be there when they're doing that, because I don't want to feel alienated, like I'm some, you know, special case, or I don't want to feel any different or alienated. I just want to be part of the crew again, you know, and just not do that other stuff.
Nick, what do you do when that little voice comes in and says, yeah, let's do something, let's use or something? How do you get over that?
Okay,
I
so
just
I
replay.
want to also, I wasn't going to do this originally, but I do want to play his answer to that question. What do you do when that little voice says, oh, it would be really nice if we just, you know, use or whatever? What do you do? And I want to play what he says because it gives you some insight into his psychology, into how he is saying how his mind works. And it's actually a lot like how my mind works. Now, I have never even tried the thing he was addicted to, which starts with an H. Never tried it, never will. Because what if I like it? Then what are we gonna do? I'm also not around that. I've not been around any of this type of substances for a very long time. I mean, like when I was in law school or when I lived in New York, there was some of this stuff that I probably could have got access to, but I never did it. But I don't know, you know, I'm not saying I understand where he's coming from on that way, because I just haven't experienced it. But when I'm making a decision on not to do something that has harmed me in the past, this is how my mind works. Okay. So it's an insight into his psychology, because remember, what are we doing? The whole thumbnail of this video, the motive. I don't know what it is, but it would be really helpful to have some insight into his psychology. Would it not? Let's hear what he has to say when he hears that small voice or whatever, large, big, little, small, whatever voice saying, wouldn't it be nice if you could just take a hit of this, that, and the other?
Yeah, what's happened every single time when I decide to give in.
What do you do when that little voice comes in and says, yeah, let's do something, let's use or something? How do you get over that?
I just replay what's happened every single time when I decide to give into that voice, and it's never been good. So it's just like, if I look at it from like a mathematical standpoint, the statistics are like 0 for it going well. So
yeah.
Were you ever worried that that Nick could shine poorly on your career or something?
No.
So, oh, that wasn't the one I wanted to show. It was something else. So it's like mathematical, he said. It's like logic. It's statistics. What happens every time I do XYZ? For me, it's like little stuff I can't get away with it. If I'm going 5 miles over the speed limit, I'm getting pulled over. It happens so many freaking times. I'm going 8, 7, 9 miles over the speed limit. I'm getting pulled over 100% of the time. I don't know if I have a tracker on my freaking car that the cops have just had forever, but if I'm going 5 miles over the speed limit, I'm getting pulled over. And that happened to me enough times, 3, 4 times, where I got these stupid speeding tickets where I'm like, F this. There could be a cop hiding right behind a bush. Nope. And to this day, I don't speed. I haven't gotten a speeding ticket in maybe 10 years. To this day, I don't speed. I don't even go if I go 1 mile over, my heart starts beating fast because the cop's going to come. So it's math. It's logical. I remember what happened last time, and I don't want it to happen again. For me, the statistics have been such that the cops are going to get me. So I don't even do anything worse than speeding for a freaking sure, because the cops are going to get me. So he's saying it's logic. And that brings back up some of the things we talked about in the plot of that movie. Like, well, is it logical that he's the only one that has to be honest? His dad can stand up to the press and lie to cover his ass. His dad can lie to him to get him into the rehab. His dad can have him kidnapped in the middle of the night without even telling him. Then why is it that he has to be upheld to this standard of being honest when his dad's a freaking liar? Again, this is the character in the movie. And it's like, that's illogical. That doesn't work. Also in the movie, whenever he did everything he was supposed to do in the movie to get his day off, his overnight pass. His controlling in the movie dad didn't want him to get that. Well, he earned it. So if we're in a system of working the program and then I get a reward, but I work the program and don't get the reward, that's not logical. And y'all are lying. Again, like I said, this is not... Some of y'all are getting on my freaking nerves. I told y'all at the beginning of this video, if you already have your mind made up, get out of my chat, because like it's obviously hurting y'all's feelings. Anyway. Okay, so we have a lot to get to. So let me get to the next item on the web. Yes. It's giving Menendez brothers in that way is something that I have seen said elsewhere, CJ, and we will get into that. So this is another interview that came out.
It's because that's the only way that we have.
And this one I wrote in my notes. The dad is still kind of coming off as overbearing and controlling even in this interview. Nick seems to dissociate. I'm not a doctor. But his mind just wanders. Like, I don't know if it's his mind is wandering or his processing is slow. For me personally, myself, my auditory processing is very slow. So I'm better off when I'm reading. I'm better off when I can see a caption or when I can play it slow. If somebody's talking real fast, I also want to answer exactly what you actually asked. So sometimes I'll have to be like, what was the question? Sometimes I'm thinking about, quantum particles or something like, what? Especially if it's something that's not very interesting. And I'm not a doctor at all, but it wouldn't surprise me to find out that Nick had ADHD type of diagnosis. And like, I'm kind of starting to get to the point where I don't even know if like how useful these diagnoses really are beyond just like describing sets of symptoms. Cause I think that sets of symptoms could all be called one thing, but be caused by different things. So we will also see some childhood behaviors that did indicate that Nick was very, 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 active. Some might say hyper, he had inexhaustible energy, a lot of energy. And this comes from a former yoga teacher that was a family yoga teacher, not only for Nick, but also for the parents. And she said that this was just a hyper kid. He just had so much energy. You couldn't even get rid of the energy. She said, I would try to exhaust him. He would never be exhausted. He could just go, 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 go. This kind of sounds like something that might've been diagnosed as ADHD by, people or whatever. But I find that to be very interesting as a comparison to how he acts in these interviews, which is very, very slow talking and asking for the question. What was the question? So if you're telling me he's sober here, then is he on something that's not considered to be a drug, like a SSRI, like a gabapentin, like a risperidone, like a Ramron, like a... I don't know. I was going to say SSRI. I don't think SSRIs really make you slow down. Like, you'll see how he talks. You already started seeing it on the clips, but it's kind of like he was this hyper kid with all this energy, and now he's like very slow to talk, and he zones out and he can't pay attention to a question, and he needs you to repeat it. It almost looks like somebody that's like on too much risperidone or too much Klonopin. I don't know. And I'm not saying like as a recreational or something like that. I'm saying like, if he's in therapy and he's seen a doctor, he might be prescribed that, but it's not giving hyper. His dad comes across hyper. His dad has a lot of energy and he's, seemingly extroverted and stuff, but that's not what I'm getting from Nick in these interviews. Seroquel, people are saying. Trazodone. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I really don't want to even like make it seem like I am, diagnosing him. I don't know. Okay. Thank you, Texas Woman 67 for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you for the classy and comprehensive deep dive. Thank you, Lauren Williams, for the $3 super chat. Thank you, Kellyanne Powell for the 10-pound super sticker. Shout out to you. Thank you. Okay. Morgan said, nope, you got it perfect. He's also got the Sankapu eyes, which I would need to see a picture of him as a kid to see if his eyes were already like that. Some people are just born like that. But yeah, it does kind of indicate like trauma in some schools of thought. Thank you, Sarah. As a clinical psychologist, I can confirm most recovery programs are not even run by people with any credentials. Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so let me show y'all this video here. Okay, so what were the things that I wanted to show y'all? He's kind of dissociating, in my opinion. It almost seems like have you ever been like employed by or maybe dating somebody that's just I won't even say overbearing. What I'll say is just always has everything under control. So you don't actually have to use your brain even. We'll put it in a positive way. I'm not even going to say, oh, they're so overbearing. Like they already have the place picked out where we're going to eat. They already have the tickets bought. They already have you don't even have to ask. You don't have to tell. It kind of like lets you kind of like turn your brain off. It's kind of like sometimes you'll get in the car with certain people and it's like, you got to look, oh, stop. Oh God, don't run the way. You got to be the secondhand driver because they don't know how to act. They don't know how to drive. They're not safe. But then sometimes you get in the car with like your grandpa, or whatever, someone's dad, someone who drives really good and safe. And you're like, you can look at your phone. You can you handle the play. You don't have to be, you don't have to be on alert. I kind of feel like some version of that is going on with these two where Nick just has not been allowed to have his own independent thoughts, has never been really asked what his opinions are, or maybe he's, it doesn't matter what he says because it's never good enough. One of those things I feel like could be at play here. It doesn't matter what I say because I'm going to probably be overridden anyway, or like embarrassed, right? Like if I say one thing, my dad might cut me off. Remember that video we just watched where he's like, it started out as a comedy special. It was really terrible. And then it was like a 4-year process. Well, he's not allowed to talk without Rob jumping in. I just thought you could do it better. Ha, 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 ha. And it's like, maybe that's coming from a nice place, but like, it does kind of demonstrate Nick doesn't really get to say anything without somebody jumping in and correcting him. So I wonder if this next video, the clips from this next interview we're going to watch maybe could play into the psychology of what Nick is thinking or why he acts certain ways or doesn't say certain things, doesn't even try to get a word in because it's going to be useless anyway, fruitless anyway. He does say a quote in here too that, he and his dad, well, they would disagree on the film set, and they talk about this in the interview. They would disagree even in the making of this movie. And he says, I should probably just shut up and listen because my dad, he really knows this world. He knows everything about this, and I don't know really anything. And again, just bringing back that, what do I have that's mine? Because this is my story, but I still just have to shut the hell up and let my dad override me because we're on a movie set. He also mentions they did not bond a lot as when Nick was a kid, but the dad did bond with the other brother over sports and stuff. And then there was a disagreement on how much input Nick had in the casting situation where the thing is, though, spiritual rebel apothecary, we don't know this. I know a lot of times it does seem like just because somebody is born to a rich parent that they had the money themselves. But if the movie that they both wrote and put out is any indication, he didn't. He never had the opportunity to make his own money. He was put in a youth prison camp. As soon as he got out of the youth prison camp, he was put immediately into a rehab. He didn't even have the option to go to college. How are you going to make money? So what are you going to, hey, daddy, give me money? Like, we have no freaking idea at all whatsoever how much, if any, money he had access to at any point. And then at some point, you get old enough in your 30s where you didn't go to college, you didn't learn a skill in any way. Your overbearing parents, for example, were always up your ass and not letting you do anything. Even when you were out on your own, you were being followed and trailed by private investigators, which is how it was portrayed in the movie, even police officers. So it isn't really necessarily the case that he did have enough money to disappear and go no contacts. The other siblings don't have these issues is a good point, but we don't know that either. We weren't in that house. We don't know what issues those siblings have. We don't know what issues those parents have. What we are being told by the media is a very one-sided, biased perspective, and it has obviously affected a lot of y'all. It has obviously gotten to y'all, and that's because propaganda is powerful. And if you don't have your defenses up like I do, you fall victim to it. Yeah, it's giving gang stalking. Yep. Yes, a lot of times there will be a scapegoat child as well. Like, that's like saying Jess Margera doesn't have the problems Bam Margera has. Well, Jess Margera isn't having his every move reported to TMZ. Jess Margera didn't have the whole family depending on his name and likeness, for example. There's often there is often a component of that that affects things. So let me pull this interview up, if only for the purpose of showing y'all a little bit more body language, a little bit more dynamic between the two. Again, we're trying to get to what was this relationship like? You know, is it what the media is saying? This guy was just a strung out junkie, drug addict, lunatic, mental health, just snapped for no reason at all whatsoever, with no motive at all whatsoever, just murdered his parents? Or is perhaps there's some deeper psychology at play? If there is deeper psychology at play, not that I would know because I am not a doctor, but you know, millions and millions of years of human evolution have gone into us being able to read a little bit of tone, a little bit of body language, and a little bit of, you know, so I do want to just at least play it and let y'all see it. So like I said, I do think the dad kind of has a little bit of a controlling demeanor in this interview. And Nick, you know, loses his train of thought. What was the question? I'm going to go to the part where he says I should probably shut up and just listen. Okay, so this is about 6.5 minutes in, and even just at this still shot, right? Like, look at, he's totally zoned out. And that doesn't mean he's on drugs, by the way. He might have ADD. That's like very common, like, oh, a squirrel. Oh, let me think about this thought. Like, I experienced this myself. It's got to be something real interesting for me to be locked in. And a lot of times whenever people really do be needing to take a little Adderall, they just need a little Adderall, a little Vyvanse to be, you know, zoned in or whatever, because they do have the ADD or whatever. A lot of times once you have a history of addiction, you will never get prescribed any type of those things, the stimulants, because they're kind of similar to, like, you know, amphetamines and stuff. And they are amphetamines actually. A lot of times. Okay. So we're starting here. I'm going to turn it on 1.25 times this speed. This is about 6.5 minutes in. This is the Build series. This is from May 2016. Rob Reiner and Nick Reiner on, quote, Being Charlie.
Listen to them and the whole idea of tough love and you have to be a certain way. And it's not my nature. It's not the way I am built, but I went and did that, you know, and I think that.
So he does lift.
At the end of
Nick lifts his microphone like he wants to say something, but he realizes his dad's on a monologue, so he's not going to get to say, so he puts it back down. Watch that body language once more. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor, but, and I'm not a gambler, but I would bet like at least $1 this guy has ADD. Just simple run of the mill, straight up ADD. Just like, you know, oh, I had a thought. Oh, gotta wait. 2 hours of this video without mentioning my dad, but I keep seeing comments like wildflowers. And I just want to let y'all know you should not judge a book by its cover. Okay. So Wildflower says, BJ, in this interview, though, how many years had they been trying to, quote, help Nick? It's exhausting for loved ones who are trying to help loved ones to no avail. I don't need to be preached at about how exhausting it is for a loved one because my daddy is dead because he overdosed on meth. You really shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Like, I was brought into this world by a drug addict. So I know exactly how exhausting it is. And every single day that I wake up, every single day I want to pick my phone up and call my dad. Every single day I think about how he's not going to be at my wedding. He's never going to meet any of his grandchildren. Never. He's dead and gone because he overdosed on drugs. So I've been through all the 7, 9 stages of grief. I've been through every single one of these stages. And before he died, me and my very young sisters, as children who did not ask to be born, had to contemplate the fact that our dad was making choices that would kill him. Every single one of us thought about and contemplated the fact that he was probably going to die one day. So what? That gives other people, that gives your parents the right to be overbearing and controlling, maybe. But I don't really need to be preached at about the implications of having a drug addict family member. Okay. Because that's my life. And my identity, my human experience is inextricably intertwined with it. And he ain't the only addict in my family. There's a lot of people who struggle with drug addiction, which is why I know the only thing you can do for an addict is allow them to make mistakes and hopefully learn before they die. That's it. They got to decide for themselves. There's nothing you can do. There's no help you can do. And actually, in these interviews, Nick says in many ways and many times, he don't like those AA bullshit meetings. He don't like them. It didn't help him. These losers with the ponytails and the Hawaiian shirts that were just frankly just trying to make money off of him as a customer didn't actually care about him. That's not help. People like to say slavery is help these days. They like to enslave others and say, I'm helping. You're not helping by taking away someone else's freedom. And in fact, and indeed, you are inheriting a lot of bad karma. Because when you try to step into somebody else, get the log out your own eye before you try to take it out somebody else's. Thank you. Anyway, like I was saying, and a lot of times what y'all are calling help ain't help. Controlling someone else's medical decisions isn't freaking help. It's sociopathy. Okay. That's not how you pronounce that. And I'm not saying that's what Nick's parents were doing either, by the way. But I have definitely seen a lot, dozens probably of these Hollywood parents trying to control their children's lives, trying to control their children's speech when the children are adults. That's not okay. That's something's wrong with the parent in that case. Tell him. Oh my God. Tell him, Chief Bennett. Controlling an addict is an addiction in itself. That one brings tears to my eyes because a lot of people in this chat need to read that until it sticks. Trying to control the behaviors of someone in an active addiction is an addiction itself. That gave me scalp chills, girl. Woo! Also, let's not talk about like this. I mean, let's not forget about this. Trying to control family secrets. Controlling an addict is addiction itself. Ooh, that's good. That is a good one. I got scalp chills reading that one again. Ooh, this is a good one too, Mother Oats. If you have a family and there's just one person that's an addict, that's usually the only honest person in the family. And they have absorbed all of the negativity. Now, I don't know, there's exceptions to stuff, but that's a good one. Woo. Okay. So let's play this further. Now, that's one little scene or whatever that I did see one.
Whatever he has to teach me. I just think that's such a fascinating
Sorry. I did see one of the body language analysis people talking about this, where it's like he's talking, he's trying to tell his, finally got his turn to tell his side, and he's telling his little story or whatever. And then the guy who's doing the interviewer's like, or like, interjecting like that. And Nick, he's like, puts his mic down, just instantly ready to just shut up, as if he had been trained to do so. And he does, he shuts up. And the interviewer's like, no, I was just agreeing, like, yeah, keep going. And he's like, oh. Now, this could just be, the guy is nervous. He does seem like a little bit awkward and a little bit nervous. And again, I'm not a doctor. I don't want to diagnose people. And even just so y'all, just again, remember, like I said, if Nick did what he is accused of doing, that is a horrible crime. And he should face the full extent of the law and consequences. Autistic, bipolar, ADHD, schizophrenic, anybody that's killing somebody, that's not you can't use that as an excuse. They got all kind of schizophrenics out here, never killed nobody. They got all kind of people with ADD and autism, never killed nobody and never will. So I'm not trying to say, oh, he's autistic, let him kill people. No, if you can't keep from killing people, you need to have your ass in jail. Okay, so just again, I just want to reiterate, I am not in any way trying to excuse any criminal behaviors if they did happen. Okay. But just in general, this looks like the type of person that might have gotten an ADD and or autism diagnosis, right? Because it's like, again, your girl's on the spectrum, okay? But he's kind of like not exactly sure like what he's supposed to do in this particular situation. And so he's apparently, it looks to me like he's trying to be appropriate for the situation. So he just stops talking. Because, like, anything he says gets held against him. So, okay. But then he kind of loses his train of thought. Poor thing. Again, remember, and this is his story that he wrote a comedy sketch about. And his own story and telling his own story in general, but also like to the whole entire world, it got taken out of his realm and into his dad's realm. And it just seems like, what does he have that's his? Now I want to show y'all the part where he says they didn't bond. Somebody said he gives middle child energy. He is a middle child. Okay, so I think that's the only clips as far as those two that I wanted to show y'all. So let me go back to the web, and I wanted to show y'all some more things that were said by people who either worked on the movie or in the PR of the movie. So we'll start here, I guess. No particular order. This is Rob. I don't know who this is. Maybe that's the other son. I don't know who these two are. Rob Reiner, from the side, it looks like it may be him, Nick, but it's hard to tell for sure. It looks like it could be him. Maybe that's the two sons. Rob Reiner and his son exorcise drug demons with Being Charlie at the Toronto Film Festival. Okay. Now, that I found to be kind of strange. Okay. So then, of course, the situation happens where the parents turn up, no longer living, rest in peace. And oh, that's weird, Sarah. They call him that. Yeah, because it's his dad. It's not Rob Reiner to him. Exactly. So in the aftermath of this horrible tragedy, a lot of people have come forward and given their opinions and their feedback on all kinds of things. One guy came out and he was like, oh, I stayed with him, a couple months ago in the house, and he's been saying his side and this and that. Well, in the wake of all of that, there have been a few people who worked with the father and son duo on the movie. One such person was a former writer, like a co-writer of the script. One person was a stunt man. Now, his scene didn't even end up making it into the movie, but he still came out the woodwork to talk about what he observed on the set. Now, that's this US Weekly article, and I did take a few screenshots. So we'll start at this one at the top. This guy's last name is, I guess, Ode. I don't know, outside of Louisiana, how they pronounce these names. I would say Ode or Ode. He said that the dad and the son got in a big fight on the set, and it was a yelling fight. And the way they made up after the fight was kissing each other on the lips. Okay. He said that they made up with a quote kiss on the lips after their explosive fight, noting that there was definitely hostility between the two. Okay. Between the two, there was hostility between both of them. Okay. Keep that in mind, because that's being framed as a two-way street. And this stuntman is going to switch it up and then make it only a one-way street very soon. He said a lot of his anger was directed at his parents for many, many years. This one actually may have been, this was coming from a different source. Okay, so that was the stunt man. But then a different source in that same US Weekly or Us Weekly article said a lot of his anger. So we have the cameraman, the stunt man saying there was hostility between both of them. Both. They got in a fight. It wasn't he attacked his dad and his dad was an innocent bystander. No, they both. Another source speaking to Us Weekly in the aftermath of this tragedy said a lot of his, meaning Nick's, anger was directed at his parents for many, many years. They, meaning the parents, did everything a parent could possibly do to, quote, help him. And we already talked about this help word, right? Enslaving someone isn't help, especially when the someone is over 18 years old, is an adult. That's not help. Having them followed around and gang stalked isn't helping them if you're not also going to actually say, come home. You're going to say, you can't come home. You can't live here, but I'm have you stalked. Again, I'm not saying Rob Reiner did do that. That is just what was portrayed in the movie. And I don't know what was real and wasn't real from that movie. And who knows if freaking Nick even knows what was real and wasn't real at this point. They did everything that they could possibly do to help him. And maybe they did. Maybe they did. Even in his younger years, they really tried to get him help. And then it became a cycle, a yo-yo cycle. It was yo-yoing. It wasn't stability. His parents did not, according to this source, actually offer stability. It was a cycle where Nick didn't actually ever know what he was going to get. Sometimes they would help seek treatment for him, but then kick him out. Then he would leave the house. He would move back in. So he would get kicked out, but allowed back in. Well, that's a revolving door. You have to just have one or the other. The source said it has been so much of their life. Rob and Michelle, quote, were honest. Okay. All right. Interesting. Because we did see the dad in the movie was not honest. He was a liar. He was a sniveling politician. But again, some of that stuff in the movie was definitely fake. I don't know what was fake. But this source said that Rob and Michelle were, quote, honest about their struggles with Nick. Okay, wait, hold on. Honest about their struggles with Nick, or talking about business outside the house that should have stayed in the house? Because this is another aspect of this whole thing too. Imagine whenever you made your stupid little teenager mistakes, your parents were famous and they could make a whole movie making it look like certain this or that. And they're also really highly beloved. And if you ever come out and say anything against them, you are not going to be believed because you are a junkie drug addict, as cited in headlines. Now imagine every little thing you do, every little mistake you make, or huge mistake you make. When your dad's Hollywood friends or your mom's Hollywood friends come over, they just get an earful of it. That probably feels pretty violating and invasive. And it also probably makes you feel like you don't want to share stuff with your parents. I'm just guessing. I'm spitballing. I'm just guessing here. But he's saying, the source is saying that Rob and Michelle were honest about their struggles with Nick. And those who spent time with the family saw it firsthand hand. Everyone who knew them, every single person, according to this source, was privy to this. Maybe that's why the other siblings don't have this problem. Because maybe all their business wasn't getting put out on the street. You heard it from him yourself. He said the thing he wanted the most was just to be like not isolated and just be treated as normal and like be part of the crew again. But he could never, ever shake his pre-adult childhood stigma that he attached. And look, listen, he did make bad decisions. He did make bad decisions by getting hooked onto, by even doing those substances, by throwing, if that's true from the movie, throwing a rock through a thing, by taking other people's substance. Those are bad decisions. But if you can literally never escape them because your parents talk about it to everyone, I could see somebody who has a logical brain thinking that I'm not going to do good faith. Because if nobody else is doing good faith and all my business is getting put out, I have no privacy. I can't go nowhere, do nothing outside of the shadow. I can't even go to rehab without being recognized. Then what's the point? People have to have agency and be allowed to have agency over their own lives and their own story. And nothing I'm saying right now should excuse his behaviors if he actually brutally murdered his own parents. Okay. That's not an excuse. Okay. That's like a first world problem or something. But I can imagine, just it being kind of aggravating. Everyone who knew them, it was never a secret. They were always telling his business. I could imagine that, as he's growing into a man, we're all entering into our auntie uncle era. Like, imagine you're still being treated like a little kid. Like, then what's the point of all this? I'm going to still act like a wayward teen if I'm not allowed to be an adult without everybody telling all my business. Now, I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm citing an anonymous source from a tabloid. All right. So take it with a grain of salt. Someone else commented on the movie. The movie they made together. Wow, that is crazy, Morgan. Your dad was the principal of the private school we met the Queen of England. That is insane. Okay, so this source said, okay. While Nick claimed in these 2016 interviews that he actually became closer to his dad while making this movie, a separate source told, again, it's a tabloid, take it with a grain of salt. But a separate source on the production said, it didn't bring them closer together. It actually pulled them farther apart. Making the movie was meant to be a healing process for them both. But from what I heard, the source said, it did the opposite. It did not help their relationship at all. Working together on that project made their relationship worse. It seemed to increase the tension between them. Okay, so let's go to the Us Magazine article because they do have an exclusive source that did speak to them. So let's just read it. I told y'all this was going to be a long video. I might break this up into parts and put it out as shorter like clips at some point. Okay, so I guess they don't have reader view here. Being Charlie's stunt man claims Rob Reiner and son went off on each other. Okay, not he was attacked. No, they went off on each other. It was a mutual fight. Being Charlie's stunt man, Eric O'Day is offering insight into late director Rob Reiner's relationship with his son. O'Day, 45 years old, claimed during a recent interview with Page 6 that, I guess there's not an exclusive source. I guess Page 6 got the exclusive. I think I have the Page 6 too. We'll just read it from here. He claimed that they were going off on each other while making the 2015 film. He alleged that there was noticeable tension on set between the father and son. Quote, you could tell Nick was, okay. All right. Before I read this quote, remember the other thing I told y'all? What do I have that's mine? And what if there's ambiguity, what you do and say is held against you and held in favor of the other person you're interacting with? And this is one of the reasons why I said that. Quote, you could tell Nick was spoiled. You could just tell. What was the evidence? You could tell. Okay. And Rob was just sick of his beep. He claimed in this article. I just assumed. Okay, so he's telling you. It's an assumption. You could just tell, and I just assumed. Whether it's correct or not, this kid must be pushing his buttons. There's just so much to unpack with the language chosen here. This kid, right? It's a story about him. The movie couldn't exist without him. It's, the actor's based on him. The stories are him. But he's just a kid. This kid. Why? Because he's in the shadow of his father, who's also on the set. So everyone around, these stuntmen, these cameramen, they just assume he's just a spoiled brat. They're not giving him the benefit of the doubt, but they're also giving the other person in the interaction the benefit of the doubt. And they're telling you it's because they just assumed. So this man ran out to discuss this happening, having no idea what the truth is, just saying, you could just tell, I assumed it. This was a spoiled brat. Maybe he is. Maybe he is just a spoiled brat murderer. Maybe. We're going to find out. But it looks to me like right now we don't know. And this cameraman did not know. This isn't an old family friend. This is not cameraman, stuntman. This is a guy whose scene didn't even make the movie. He don't know these people, but he's just assuming. He recalled it seeming like Rob couldn't do anything right. Well, I could think of some reasons, looking at the interviews, looking at the different things here and there, that Nick wanted to have some ownership of something. He wanted to have some ownership of his story. And maybe he was saying, no, Dad, it needs to be this way because this is how it happened in the rehab, whatever. But it was Rob who gets the benefit of the doubt again. And again, I don't see, I can see rather why Rob gets the benefit of the doubt. He's the famous one. He's the rich one. He's the powerful one. He's the one with the famous name. He's the one who's really in control of the movie set. Nick, told you himself, he just sat back and let his dad do it because he didn't know what he was doing. But again, he doesn't get the benefit of the doubt. Quote, he is a Nepo baby, a spoiled kid to the T. Obviously, Rob loved his son because he's doing this movie for his son. That's a lot of assumptions in there. Rob might have loved his son. I don't know that has been disputed, but I don't know he did that movie for his son. If he was doing something for his son, he probably would have just let his son do his comedy special that he wanted to do 4 years prior, right? Why would he do all this for his son when his son didn't want this? It's weird to me. Rob and Nick previously admitted during a 2016 appearance on the Two Chairs and a Microphone podcast that there was tension between them on the set, which Rob directed the movie, a semi-autobiographical story written by Nick about his struggles with addiction. O'Day said that his the father-son duo made up after this argument with a kiss on the lips after their explosive fight, noting that there was definitely hostility between the two men. And now this would have been after he was like 21 or so. News broke on Sunday. Conan O'Brien. Okay. So this is another aspect of this I wanted to talk to y'all about. So we started getting a little bit of a timeline of the events leading up to the tragic unaliving. And one of the things that apparently happened the night before the parents were unalived, December 13th, there was a big Hollywood party. It was at Conan O'Brien's house for Christmas. And Nick went to that party. Now, Nick originally was not invited to Conan O'Brien's party, according to reports, but the parents just couldn't leave the 32-year-old son alone at their own house or at the guest house where he lived or at his sister's house across the street. They had to have him come along to the party. Now, at the party, and this is being reported in the tabloid US Magazine or Us Magazine, a source told Us Magazine that Nick went to that party alongside his parents on Saturday, and he allegedly acted creepily towards some guests. He was going up to people asking if they were famous. Multiple outlets have reported that Nick and Rob got into a loud argument while at the party. So again, you're getting more of that. What happens in the house needs to stay in the house. If you have an issue with your immediate family member, your brother, your sister, your son, your daughter, your dad, your mom, and you're at somebody else's house and it's for your, professional network, what happens in the house stays in the house. You hit them with one of these, you have your little, your water, whatever. And you say, we're going to talk about this when we get home. When we get home, we have to talk about this, but stop embarrassing me in front of these people. Hey girl, that's what you do, right? You don't get in a hollering match. This is uncouth. This is no home training. And we're going to talk about poor Rob, rest in peace. He didn't deserve to be killed. But we're going to talk about his home training and what it was that maybe his daddy was doing in their house. Maybe it's just a long line of no home training. But you got to go, son, don't do this here. Or reversibly, Mom, please, I didn't even want to come to this party. And now you are hollering at me in front of these people. I didn't even want to come. Hey, yeah, it's good to see. That's what you have to do. That's what you're supposed to do. You don't ruin everybody's Christmas with your own freaking Jerry Springer moment. Okay. That's just obviously what you're supposed to do. So, hold on one second. I need to send a text message. Okay. Yeah, it's like a Jerry. That's what it sounds like. Right. The stern would, don't do this to me in front of these people. You're acting like this in front of these people. If you knew how to act, then I would leave you home. It's giving Cassie answering that interview question about how she's going to keep it between her and Diddy. I don't think so. I'm not talking about abuse. If someone is abusing you, whether it be a parent, a brother, sister, what, I'm not saying you should keep that stuff in the house. I'm talking about like regular, ordinary, like family tiffs. Like you don't get in a hollering match with your son, your adult son at the Conan O'Brien Hanukkah Christmas celebration. It's just like, but nobody is saying, what did Rob Reiner do for his son to be mad at him? Nobody is saying, what did Michelle Reiner do for the son to freak out on them? Everybody is saying Nick, was acting creepy. But they're not giving us any exact answers. Like, I don't blame him for walking around for saying, hey, what's your name? The things that are being phrased as were so weird. Brian Enton said he was asking weird questions. Like, what's your name? Well, that's not a freaking weird question. That's what you ask somebody that you just meet. What's your last name? What's your name? What's your last name is not a weird question. And I think we might have an epidemic of people who don't know what it's like to talk to somebody on the spectrum. I am not diagnosing this man. Okay. But like, to me, that's not a weird question. Hey, are you, what's your name? Oh, what's your last name? Oh, okay. Are you famous? Like, maybe that's like a weird question to y'all, but I want to know. So what's your deal? Like, maybe it could be worded better. Oh, what do you do for work? There's like these, and again, this could come down to home training. It's not creepy to ask somebody if they're famous, especially because this guy grew up around famous people. He probably needs to know, because famous people do get more attention. They do get off doing crimes more. I mean, people, especially over there, that's a currency. He might not trust famous people. He might know that a famous person will sell you out in Hollywood, and he might just want to know up front, you famous? What do you do? Are you on a late night? What do you do? Because again, remember, he was not invited to this party. He got special permission to come because his parents didn't want to leave him at home. He's 32, 3 years younger than me. He's a grown man. Is he in a conservatorship? I'm starting to wonder. Maybe he needs to be in one, girl. I don't know. When it's a party with the who's who, last name signal who you're related to. Right. Okay. So Nick's problems, this article goes on. Oh, separate sources offered Us magazine insight into Nick's relationship with his parents following his arrest. There's a quote, Nick's problems have been going on for so long. So while everyone is in a state of shock right now, it's not entirely surprising. Hold on. That's a weird thing to say. We're not surprised he murdered his parents. He's always been hostile and volatile toward his family. Why? Like Sam Lutfi said, maybe he's just evil. But that's not the first thing my mind goes to. A lot of his anger was directed at his parents for many, many years. Why? There's more to this story. They did everything they could possibly do to help him. Oh, having him kidnapped at 4 a.m.? That's what they call help now. Even in his younger years, they really tried to get him help. And then it became a cycle of seeking treatment for him, kicking him out, or him leaving the house and moving back in. He also experienced tensions with his siblings, Jake and Romy. Rob previously adopted another daughter. Okay, so that's pretty much what I wanted to show y'all from that one. And there's one other thing that I wanted to mention about that book tour. About that movie PR tour that they did. And it does circle back into that, what do I have that's mine? Kind of like the question that the character Charlie asked. Where is that? Okay. I don't know if I have it. This was from my body language. I don't know which interview it's in. This is already like a 2.5 hour long thing, and we still have a lot to get through. So I don't feel like wasting the time to, this is another slippery slope I want to get to. Just because somebody has an addiction don't mean that they're going to unalive somebody. And just because somebody has a troubled past don't mean they're a killer. And I do see a lot of people kind of making it seem like anybody with an addiction is just a monster. And that's just false. And also is very, very harmful. People saying he was in active addiction, I kind of hope that he sues y'all for defamation, because there's no freaking way y'all know that. In fact and indeed, we're going to get into some stone cold evidence from the horse's mouth himself, the dad, just about 3 months ago, saying that Nick has been sober for 6 years. And y'all are still in this chat saying, with your full chest, he was in active addiction. So that must mean he's a killer? It's insulting. And you're telling on yourself. Sickos. This is a legacy. These legacy families love controlling the narrative. Can we talk about Lisa Marie? Huh? And maybe that's why he didn't want to go to that party. Maybe he didn't want to be around these drinking ass people at the drinking party. He might have wanted to take his 6-year sobriety ass and stay at home, but his parents wouldn't let him. Why? I don't know. It's like an original sin. No matter what you ever do for the rest of your life, that shit you did when you were 18, 16, 15, it's following you. And if anything bad happens around you, you did it. It's sick. Thanks so much to Trash Troll for the $4.99 super chats. Okay. So another thing I wanted to tell y'all about is, and like I said, I don't want to go and find the clip, but it was like one of these body language guys, and he showed a clip of one of the moments where it did actually look like Nick was showing a little bit of emotion, like he was holding something back. And it was in a moment when the dad was disclosing that something that had happened in the movie was a real story. So remember when I told y'all in the movie, he did like a comedy special and he got toilet duty or whatever. He did like a comedy stand up and he got toilet duty for the jokes he told. Well, in the middle of him doing the toilet duty, he's scrubbing the toilet with the toothbrush or whatever. And he's talking to his friend about the friend in the rehab had done like an sexual act for substances. And that's sad. That's like a rock bottom for some people, is whenever they realize that they're doing sexual acts they wouldn't normally do just to get a substance. And they're like, this is rock bottom. I need to turn my, life around or whatever. So there was a moment in the movie where it's kind of phrased as a joke. It's kind of phrased like, haha, but it's really happened in the movie. It's like, no, I really did do that or whatever. So in one of these little press junket interviews, Rob discloses to the world, because this is a public interview. This is not sitting on their couch, which is bad enough to just be telling people. He says that was a real story. Somebody really told him. And like, maybe that was like one of his friends still or something. And you could see in the interview, again, I don't have this clip pulled up because I saw it on a body language analysis and I don't have that on this board, I don't think. But you could see Nick kind of cringe. Like he kind of lifts one side of his mouth up, like as if to indicate perhaps he did not want it to be known to the public and the whole world that that very embarrassing story was real and it was about somebody else. So really now Nick's dad has put somebody else's whole story out here. And Nick's like a slight cringe when his dad does that. And I was reminded of that question again that Charlie asks in the movie. What do I have that's mine? That's safe, that's sacrosanct, that isn't going to be told to the world, to the public, that isn't going to be put in a movie and money made off of it. Again, none of these things are to excuse any potential alleged crimes that may have happened. Okay, that's not an excuse. But I do see a lot of demonizing of this person who I never knew and never heard of in my life until this week. Okay. But I see a lot of demonizing of him and a lot of bad faith, not giving him the benefit of the doubt and just giving these other people, the dad in particular, the benefit of the doubt. Whenever we have interviews that kind of demonstrate that there was like something going on between these, it wasn't like, oh, they just loved each other. Oh my God, I can't believe they have people that were close to him saying, I'm not surprised he did it. Everybody knew about, this hostility. Something's weird going on here. All the right and the left and the up and the down and the this and the that all agree that, oh, he did it under the jail. Deborah said the family dynamics are definitely weird, at least, to say the least, for sure. Okay, so let's go back to the web. And that was, kind of like the movie thing. Okay, so now we're going to move to the next section. The first section took 2.5 hours. I just have a section that's roughly loosely called early childhood signs. Wait, let me just make sure this is. What's this? Hold on. Oh, this is the Daily Mail exclusive. So let me show y'all this too. So there's other people who have come out and talked about their experiences with this family. A lot of people, like I said, are coming out the woodwork, as it were. And here is an article that came out in the last few days. This is the day after they died. Rest in peace. Exclusive from Daily Mail. Butting heads, kissing on the lips, open hostility. Actor reveals Rob Reiner's bizarre interactions with his son on the set of their film. For legendary director Rob Reiner, his troubled son, troubled. He gets to be legendary, right? Rob Reiner, legendary. His son, troubled. Okay. Working together on their 2015 film Being Charlie served as a last-ditch effort to repair their apparently hostile relationship. 9 years later, the famed, legendary, and his producer wife, Michelle, were found dead inside their Brentwood mansion on Sunday. Oh, they don't have the rest of the article here. Okay, that's fine. So there we had a stuntman. We had a co-writer. That co-writer said that he thought that Charlie was clean and sober. He was actually surprised to find out he wasn't. And again, y'all, 6 years. 6 years from the horse's mouth. Just 3 months ago, this dad said Nick has been sober for 6 years. And I do wonder, has he been in a conservatorship for 6 years? I'm just wondering. Not that it would excuse anything, but I'm seeing like some patterns of control. Don't shoot the messenger. It's my opinion. And my heart goes, like I said, out to the people, the other two kids. I mean, they obviously didn't do it. They don't deserve to have lost their parents. These are things I really, truly mean, but more than one thing can be true at once. Okay, so then we get this freaking yoga teacher, and she gets on my damn nerves. She aggravates me. I'm going to let y'all know I'm biased right now. We're going to talk about this right here. Nick threw terrifying tantrums even as a kid. All right, we have to talk. We have to talk about this. This is a New York Post article. Nick Reiner, this is the kid, the son, threw terrifying tantrums even as a kid. I can't deal. Terrifying tantrums as a child that escalated when he struggled with drug abuse before he was charged with murmering his mom and dad. And again, Hollywood icon father, according to a family friend who has known him his whole life. The outbursts were so violent that Nick often had to be physically held back by his father. The unidentified lifelong friend told the Daily Mail, seeing so much anger in his eyes even as a kid. Many of the family fights had to do with Nick just doing something destructive or fighting back when they tried to help him. Well, this gives me pause because sometimes the help is having him kidnapped at 4 a.m. and brought to a prison camp. So I would fight back too, and I could see how that could create some division within a family. Ask Paris Hilton. She made a documentary about it. It did get physical sometimes. I'm not talking punches, but restraining him. And this almost feels like people are kind of maybe perhaps trying to get out in front of a narrative that might come out at some point that maybe the dad got physical. But this is just a hunch. I don't really know. We'll have to see. I'm not talking punches, not punching, just holding him. Okay, maybe. I was over there. It must have been early 2000s because Nick was about 11. He was throwing the biggest tantrum, and Rob, the dad, just had him in a bear hug to restrain him. The tantrum was over nothing, but he had so much anger in his eyes. It was terrifying, really. And I know enough about kids to know they don't have tantrums over nothing. Maybe they snap and what's it called? The straw that breaks the camel's back seems to be over nothing, but it usually is like a building. And again, maybe this kid was just a born sociopath, but I'm very surprised he didn't unalive somebody before he was 32, if that's the case. This happened a lot. He never outgrew it. He had tantrums even in his 20s. The friend who had spoken with Nick's grieving older brother, and, my heart does go out to him, Jake, he believes that his dad and mom babied their son. And this is another way, in my opinion, of saying they didn't let him make his own choices and make his own mistakes and face and suffer the consequences of his mistakes. They always wanted to be the safety net, the enablers. They wanted to come and save him and rescue him. And even his own grieving brother, whose parents are both dead, is saying they always babied him. He was the black sheep. Again, black sheep implies he was treated differently than the rest of the siblings. Nick is accused of stabbing his father and mother to death at their Brentwood mansion, which is horrible and should not have been done. If he did that, he should be facing the consequences for sure. This was following in a, quote, uncomfortable yelling match with his parents at Conan O'Brien's Christmas party. His body was discovered by the daughter on Sunday afternoon after she had been alerted by a massage therapist. So a massage therapist was showing up to give them a massage, but the parents missed the appointment. They did not answer the phone. They did not answer the door. So they called the daughter, Romy, who then came over and just made the discovery of her father being slain. She called the police, who later located the mother, who had also been slain. Nick was arrested Sunday night, about 15 miles away from his parents' house. Troubled child equals child causing trouble for parents. And it's hard to know because sometimes they do have kids out here that are just bad and the parents really did everything right. And the kids are just bad. There's bad seed. They got them. But they call everything. So you just can't know. You have to be suspicious of stuff. Okay. At least inquisitive, maybe not suspicious, but like at least ask questions, and you can't take every single thing for face value. Now, I also want to talk about this yoga instructor, okay? This one is the one I thought I was showing y'all just now. Anyway, this yoga instructor, I'm telling y'all I don't like her. And I'm going to tell y'all why. And you can make up your own mind if you like her or not. Deborah said the reality is often more complex than just one simple truth. Amen. Okay. So it's just a 2-minute clip. I'm going to turn it on 1.25 times the speed. I'm going to let y'all listen to it. and then I'm gonna maybe interrupt it a little bit and give it a little analysis, and then we'll keep it moving.
She
Also,
taught yoga to Rob Reiner's son Nick.
It's like would be a surprise to me if this woman wasn't genetically related to Ashley Banfield. I mean, she's got the exact same eyes. That is crazy how much she looks like Ashley Banfield. Even the like, she looks so much like Ashley Banfield to me. Okay.
He was just 8 years old, and the experience was
over.
so disturbing, she taught yoga to Rob Reiner's son Nick when he was just 8 years old, and the experience was so disturbing, she wrote a children's book about it. The book is called A Chair in the Air, and it features a boy named Nicky.
From this experience with him, I was like rhyming this story about little Nicky who's just so picky he can't sit still.
Little Nicky was picky. He often threw a fit, the book opens. In the book, Nicky breaks his mom's vase and is despondent. Nicky awoke at home. His mom was still crying. "Mom, I'm not perfect," he said, "but I'll keep on trying." I spoke to author Alana Zabel. Was he very troubled as a child?
He had so much energy, and a lot of young boys have that kind of energy where they can't sit still. It is not uncommon. So I never saw it as a massive red flag.
Alana Zabel says she met the Reiner family when she was hired to train mom Michelle Reiner in yoga. Nick Reiner was about 8 years old, and she says he would often interrupt the yoga sessions. Her reaction to the news that her former student is now charged with his parents' murders?
I was just devastated.
Nick Reiner's struggles are well documented. He has been in and out of rehab about 17 times. Rob Reiner gave a glimpse into what his family experienced during this joint interview with Nick in 2016. They were promoting their movie Being Charlie about a drug-addicted son, loosely based on Nick's experiences.
I would do anything. At the end of the day, I know my child better than an expert does, and I probably should have trusted my own instinct.
Dr. Drew Pinsky weighed in on Fox News.
No, I'm not giving Dr. Drew a single moment of airtime now. Okay. Polly, it sounds like you need to stop being so emotional in my chat. This is my channel. And it also sounds like you need to take a little bit of accountability for being a bad mom. And stop blaming your kid. Get out of my chat. Goodbye. Okay, so let me go talk about it at your next NA meeting or something, because this ain't the place, girl. Let me go to the web, because there was more interviews that this grifting ass yoga teacher. I mean, imagine, oh my God, imagine you hire somebody as a guest in your house, and this woman, he's 8 years old, right? He's 8 years old. He's got a lot of energy, and he's interrupting the yoga sessions. Well, that's a very funny way of putting wanting to spend time with his mom. Interrupting the yoga sessions. He's 8 years old. Maybe if that mama would have paid a little bit more attention to him, they could have got to the bottom of what these freaking problems were. I'm not blaming her in any way for her own death. I have said it many times. It's been scrolling the whole time down below. If he murdered his parents, he ought to be held accountable fully. There's no excuse for that at all. Unless they both were about to unalive him and it was complete self-defense is like really the only thing I could see. But this woman, again, let me ask you, what does he have that's his? Not even his own childhood experiences of crying. And crying, intense crying because he wanted to interrupt his mom's yoga session. Maybe he wanted to be with his mom. And this grifter wrote a children's book about it, making him seem like he was such a bad kid. She was inside their house and used their family story for her own financial gain. And now she's out here crying about it on the news. I'm telling you what, I bought that book. It's going to be at my house tomorrow. So she's making money off me. I want to see what it says. It's very weird to me. It's very weird to me. I'm not talking about the parents. I'm not talking about Nick. I'm talking about this grifter. What the hell is she doing out here? Maybe her yoga didn't work too good. She said more things. This Zabel. I'm telling you, something just is so off about it to me. And it's not even just using someone else's story for financial gain, because like every news station does that. It's using your close proximity to being able to go inside someone's house and watch and observe their family interactions. This isn't them taking it outside the house at Conan O'Brien's party. This is like 20 freaking 5 years ago. She's already made money off of it in a children's book, and she's advertising the children's book on the news. Kanye said, watch out for exercise instructors. Whoo, sure did. Sure did. Okay, so this is from an interview that she did with another magazine or another news source. In Nick's case, this yoga instructor feels he did have the right guidance because Rob and Michelle did everything in their power to help their son. She claimed they tackled his problems head on, even though they were passionate people with very demanding lives. But Nick chose a negative perception of his circumstances. Well, I mean, that's a funny way of saying he didn't appreciate how he was treated by his family. He chose a negative, like even his like chaotic and hectic life is his fault. He chose that. He chose it. No, he didn't choose to be born girl. And then she says something that don't make sense. I don't know if English is not her first language or whatever. Chose a negative perception of his circumstances and took on a personal neglect. That's not English. I don't know what that means. Elaborating that he had an egocentric mindset. Well, if nobody's looking out for you, at the end of the day, you got to look out for you. It looks to me like he was being neglected. I'm sorry. She even used the word neglect. He was screaming and crying, trying to interrupt the yoga sessions. I really think he took on a lot of things that he didn't need to. I believe there's an epidemic of life. Okay. So then this hypocrite, by the end of the article, she gives her little yoga advice, and this is what it is. I believe there's an epidemic of life moving so fast that parents, she kind of gives a little bit of, oopsie, she told the truth a little bit here. Oops. There's an epidemic of life moving so fast that parents, teachers, principals, anyone in charge of children, they're moving so fast that the kids aren't given proper attention, and the children need attention in order to thrive. She's telling you the problem. They need attention. He said he never bonded with his dad. He couldn't bond with his dad as a kid. He was crying and screaming, interrupting the yoga sessions by trying to simply be with his mother. Her advice to parents is make sure that you are present and grounded and giving proper attention. So you can't do that if you're not letting him interrupt the yoga session. I'm just so sorry. Okay. He was a ticking time bomb of addiction, somebody said. Let me see, is this the same? Oh, they took it down. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay, so this article says truth about what drove Rob Reiner's son to snap as motive and grisly details of his campaign of terror emerge. Quote, ticking time bomb. And maybe he was. I don't know this guy. He might have been. He might need to be under the jail. I don't know. Nick Reiner was a ticking time bomb whose drug use spiraled out of control after his parents threatened to kick him out of their home. The troubled 32-year-old was arrested Sunday night following the brutal stabbing deaths of his famous filmmaker father and mother. He had been living in his parents' guest house in Brentwood, Los Angeles for the past 5 years, where his behavior had become increasingly erratic and frightening, insiders claim. Okay, so 3 months ago, he had been sober for 6 years, according to his dad. And I'm going to get into that interview in a little bit. So he's been sober for 6 years, or he was spiraling out of control for the past 5 years, because those two things I don't see how those can be reconciled. And that's like the whole thing. So this is like a paywall article. So this is all that I'm able to see here. But just look how he's being described in the headlines. Just find it to be interesting. Okay. So let's go back to the web. This is like one of those Diddy length lives. Like, we're back in the over 3 hour territory. Okay, so this is the kiss on the lips. We covered that. So what section are we in? We're in the early childhood signs. Okay, early signs or early child. Oh, I don't have y'all on the right thing. Hold on, let me put the right screen on here. We're in the no, look, Toy Box said, I will say sometimes some kids do have tantrums over nothing. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they do. But like, that's not where my mind originally goes. That feels to me like a little bit like exception, where it's like every single time the mom does yoga, he's doing a tantrum and it's frightening and it's scary. Like to some extent, okay. But like this was an 8-year-old. What happened in the first 8 years? I got questions. And again, some kids are freaking psycho. They got like a 1 to 5% that are freaking psycho. And they need to be at these wilderness camps because they're going to kill somebody or something. But he didn't kill nobody till he was 32. Like the testosterone's kind of wearing off at that point. Like, I don't, I don't know, but he could be. I don't want to make anything I'm saying sound like I'm trying to defend him or say, I know he's innocent. He didn't do it. But he is supposed to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. He was definitely being treated like a ticking time bomb. They didn't want to leave him alone so he wouldn't act out or whatever. But that seems like he was being treated like he was a big problem just in and of himself. Like people often do that when kids are difficult. Maybe show some patience and kindness. Yeah. And even the Italians are like, we don't kiss on the mouth. Like something's up with that. Like, I mean, I definitely like kissed my parents like on the lips like longer than like some people do. But like definitely by the time I was in college, like that had stopped. We weren't doing that. Like college age, like. And that's another thing too, like a lot of us do, for better or worse, like whether college is like actually useful or like necessary is kind of beside the point. From like a lot of us kind of like grow up when we go to college. Like we're kind of like let to be on our own. We're kind of like, like having our first freedom, our first responsibility. And that's where a lot of us learn how to do stuff as adults. Like even if you don't have to, you don't have to do, you don't have to go to college to be an adult, obviously. My dad didn't even finish high school. But in the millennial, like we're like very overeducated. So a lot of us did learn how to be like, have responsibilities and be an adult in college and things like that. But like I do definitely remember like that also being the time that I started to truly form like my own identity, separate from my parents, separate from what they did, who they were. You never really are separate from your parents because you're just a product of them at the end of the day. But that same time is like about the time when I was like, I don't want to freaking kiss my parents on the mouth. Like, ew, like, no, I want to have a boyfriend or whatever, it was like, I don't want to, like, and I wasn't like kissing them. Like, it was like very like, if happened at all. But like, I definitely remember like, like 15 years old, like end of high school, I was kind of like, it just started kind of being weird. This was like a 20-something-year-old and he's trying to be a professional on a movie set and he's and they're kissing it. It just feels like infantilizing, to say the least. Anyway, okay. So we got the yoga teacher. Okay. So let's go back in time to 1990. I have a little timeline moment going on here. 1990, this movie came out. It was a Rob Reiner movie and it's called Misery. 2 years later, this article comes out called Why Kids, Unalive Parents. Why Kids Unalive Parents. So I do want to read that. 1993 is whenever Nick was born. And then 1994, Rob does a 60 Minutes profile. So this is an excerpt from that article, Why Kids Unalive Their Parents. And it was like a psychology, what was it? Psychologytoday.com. And again, this is from the 90s. I was like 2 when this came out, or maybe even 1. It was in 1992. Who unalives their parents? There are 3 types of individuals. Okay, 3 types of individuals, according to Psychology Today, who commit unaliving their parents. First, one is the severely abused child. Okay. who is pushed beyond his or her limits. Okay, that's one. That's one type, but there's three. What are the other two? Well, another is the severely mentally ill child. Okay, could be. And the third is the darling of the tabloids. This would be the psychopath, the dangerously antisocial child. And it says darling of the tabloids. In this case, it doesn't mean, oh, they're in the tabloids. It means the tabloids love to focus on this type of person, and it's the really dangerously antisocial. This is the ones that the Dahmers, they were doing weird stuff with animals when they were 5. They pushed a little girl off the whatever when they were 2 or 6 or whatever, you know what I mean? So, or 7 or whatever. So 3 types of kids, according to Psychology Today, who end up being the types that's unalives their parents. First of all, it's an abused child. All right. So I just want to keep that in here. All right. Everybody's quick to call him mentally ill and everybody's quick to call him a psychopath. But one of the types of children, one of the archetypes is abused child who's just got pushed too far, got pushed beyond their limits. They took, and they can't take no more. Quote, by far, the severely abused child is the most frequently encountered type. By far, according to Psychology Today, the type of child who kills their parents is by far the type who was abused, severely abused. According to Paul Moniz, a Los Angeles attorney who specializes in defending adolescents who unalive their parents, more than 90%. Okay, this is statistics. And it's according to a lawyer, okay, who represents clients. He may have a skewed, he's not a research scientist, he's a lawyer. But he specializes in representing children who unalive their parents. 90%, more than 90% are abused by those parents. More than 90%. And CJ brought up the Menendez brothers earlier. That was their defense. Now, they still went to jail. They in jail today. They in prison today, the Menendez brothers. So that's not to say it's an excuse, but according to Psychology Today, they're citing this lawyer who specializes in this. More than 90% of children who unalive their parents have been abused by those parents. Okay, this is a statistic. I'm just reading it, okay? I did not make it up. Cassie says, I think Rob never let him grow up, and he definitely infantilized him, even making his story Rob's to tell. And here he is, an adult. The truth is in Nick's eyes, Rob Lamb says. They scream trauma. Trauma bonded, Deborah says. Let's continue reading this passage. In-depth portraits of such youths, these are the severely abused children who then go on to unalive their parents. And look, we had Gypsy Rose. I know a lot of y'all are not sympathetic to her, but her life was on a dead end road. She was not even allowed to freaking walk around her house. She had to sit in a wheelchair. In-depth portraits of such youths have frequently shown that they killed because they could no longer tolerate the conditions at home. These children were psychologically abused by either one or both of their parents and often suffered physical, sexual, and verbal abuse as well. Also witnessed abuse given to other people in the household. They did not typically have histories of severe mental illness. So these abused children, this isn't, they are abused and then they got a mental illness that made them. No, they didn't have a history of mental illness. I've seen a lot of headlines saying that he had a history of mental illness, and I would like to know what that is beyond just addiction. I don't even know if that's even a mental illness. There's an aspect, yes, abundantly empowered. Yes, this is kind of what I was trying to get at a while ago too. Like when you kind of just are so used to like, okay, Big Daddy, over there is going to get it done anyway. I'm not going to be allowed to have my own voice anyway. So I guess I'll just sit here and zone out, be a good little boy and hush and let Daddy talk. It's kind of a learned helplessness. And this did definitely happen, in my opinion, with Britney Spears. Arrested development. Yep, I think this happened with Bam Margera. He wasn't really allowed to make his own mistakes. Now, none of these people killed their parents. I'm not saying they did. I'm just talking about patterns of Hollywood control over their children and stuff. Now, these kids that unalive their parents, that did not typically have histories of severe mental illness. Histories. Because I'm sure once you unalive your parent, you're just kind of like necessarily assumed to have a mental illness because you did do that. But like in the past, they didn't have them before they did that. And they didn't have serious, extensive delinquent behavior. They were not criminally sophisticated. For them, the killings represented an act of desperation, the only way out of a family situation they could no longer endure. I'm going to read this whole passage one more time to y'all, and I want you to keep it in mind for the rest of the video. There were 3 types of individuals who commit parricide, that is, unaliving of your parent, a parent. One is the severely abused child who is pushed beyond his or her limits. Another is the severely mentally ill child. The third is the psychopath. Okay, this is the antisocial. By far, remember this sentence if nothing else. By far, the severely abused child is the most frequently encountered type of parent unaliver. According to Paul Moniz, a Los Angeles attorney who specializes in defending adolescent parricide offenders, more than 90% of these offenders have been abused by their parents. In-depth portraits of such youths have frequently shown that they killed because they could no longer tolerate conditions at home. These children were psychologically abused by one or both parents and often suffered physical, sexual, and verbal abuse as well, and also witnessed it given to others in the household. They did not typically have histories of severe mental illness. That's a different type, right? That's type 2. They didn't have histories of serious or extensive delinquent behavior. I don't know if that would apply to him or not. It doesn't sound like he was really ever in jail. It only ever sounds like he went to rehab. So I don't know if does that count as delinquent behavior. I don't know. They were not criminally sophisticated. For them, the killings represented an act of desperation, the only way out of a family situation they could no longer endure. And this would be the Gypsy Rose type. Okay, so that was 1992 that came out. So, like I said, Nick was born in 1993. Okay. He's born in 1993. His dad is still on the come up at that time. He did this 60 minutes feature in 1994. So, these things are out. These things are going around. And it was the year 2000 came around. And there was this. I know a lot of y'all have been waiting for this the whole time. We'll get into the Bill Hader story. Don't worry. We're getting there. Okay. Anyway, I get distracted by y'all's comments. So in the spirit of, being in the early childhood signs of it all. And after we do early childhood signs, we're going to get a little bit into motive. We're going to get a little bit into the timeline of what happened. That's where we'll talk about Bill Hader. We'll talk about that YouTube video of him rapping. We'll talk about, a few of these things here. We'll talk about the surveillance footage. We'll talk about the political ties. So again, I told y'all this is going to be a long live. Okay. But right now we're just kind of in the early childhood signs. Okay. We talked about this yoga teacher, calling things interrupting, ticking time bomb of addiction. Although some people thought that he was fine and never would have, expected that. We talked about this 1992 article that came out from Psychology Today about why children unalive their parents, different reasons. And we only talked about this one passage, but y'all can go and check that out. 2 years later, this right here happens. He's on the come up. And then by 2000, there's this comedy special. Okay, this is a Comedy Central. And it was a roast. Remember the roasts? Well, this was one of the ones that played on Comedy Central, and it was roast of Rob Reiner, the dad. This was in 2000, the year 2000. So if Nick was born in 1993, he would have been about, 6, 7 years old by this time. 6, 7 years old in the year 2000. There were some very, very concerning things, some very concerning jokes being made at this roast. Let's start with this clip right here. This is Billy Crystal. Now, very importantly, Billy Crystal is one of 3 or so comedians who came out and talked about this death. Okay, so let me just show y'all on the web here. Our Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s wife worked for this couple as an assistant. This is Cheryl Hines. Bill Clinton has released a statement saying Hillary and I are heartbroken by the tragic deaths of our friends, Rob and Michelle Reiner. They inspired and uplifted millions through their work. They were good, generous people. Barack and Michelle Obama made statements saying, so 2 formal first couples have made statements, including very politically connected wife of the Secretary of Health, the Department of Health. Michelle Obama came out and said that they were supposed to actually be hanging out with them the day they died. But then there was these 3 comedians who came out and made statements, I think to like the New York Times or LA Times or something, like a big magazine, and were talking about how great and wonderful Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle were. And one of them was this guy right here, Larry David, who was one of the writers for Seinfeld, and then he did the Curb Your Enthusiasm show. Also, this lady right here played his wife, so the web does web. And then Billy Crystal and some other people, right? So Billy Crystal is one of the people who came out in the very immediate aftermath of the death and said he was a great person, he was a great dad, loved him so much, all this. So Billy Crystal, that's one of them. Well, let's rewind the clock to the year 2000 and see what Billy Crystal was saying himself at the roast of Rob Reiner. Okay, this was 25 years ago now. And like I said, this is a comedy family. This is a family of comedians, right? Carl Reiner was the name of Rob Reiner's dad, and he was like a big guy in show business. He did comedy, he did stuff like that. He worked in TV, things like that. So this is just a clip, an excerpt. I'm going to do it on 1.25 the speed. So this is just, I'm dropping y'all just mid roast or whatever, but this Billy Crystal, this guy has in the aftermath of Rob Reiner and Michelle Reiner's death, he has come out and he has made statements to the media about how great and how, whatever. Let me just look it up. Let me just tell y'all. Don't take my word for it. Thanks so much to Cassie Phillips for the $9.99 super chat. Billy Crystal statement, Rob Reiner. This is weird. This is something I haven't seen. What is this? Hold on. Okay, hold on. I'll just click on this one then. Hold on. Okay. Oh, come on. Girl. I can't stand an ad that you cannot escape. Like, I know I said show reader. Why you have this freaking ad in my face? Okay. So here's the article. Thanks so much to Lake Monstrous for the $5 super chat. Rob Reiner's close friends, Billy Crystal, Larry David, and more released statement after director's death. He was always at the top of his game. A group of Rob Reiner's closest friends and collaborators, including Billy Crystal, Larry David, Martin Short, and Albert Brooks, released a joint statement on Tuesday in remembrance of the prolific filmmaker and his wife. Absorbing all that he had learned from his father, Carl, and his mentor, Norman Lear, Rob Reiner not only was a great comic actor, so this is the dad, rest in peace, he became a master storyteller. There is no other director who has his range. From comedy to drama to mockumentary to documentary, he was always at the top of his game. He charmed audiences. They trusted him. They lined up to see his films. The statement continued, his comedic touch was beyond compare. His love of getting the music of the dialogue just right, and his sharpening of the edge of a drama was simply elegant. Along with Billy Crystal, David, Martin Short, Albert Brooks, signatures from Barry Levinson, a film writer Alan Zweibel, U.S. Ambassador to Spain James Costos, and composer Mark Scheiman also appeared in the statement. So these are like U.S. ambassadors. The remembrance went on to praise him as a passionate, brave citizen, and singer, whoever that is, referred to, Michelle was a perfect partner. She and Rob were outspoken Democrats who frequently advocated for political reform. Quote, strong and determined, Michelle and Rob Reiner devoted a great deal of their lives for the betterment of our fellow citizens. They were a special force together, dynamic, unselfish, and inspiring. We were their friends and will miss them forever. It's a wonderful life. Oh, wait, hold on. Added the statement before closing with a quote from It's a Wonderful Life, one of Reiner's favorite films. Each man's life touches so many other lives. And when he isn't around, he leaves an awful hole, doesn't he? You have no idea. He starred in the 1971 sitcom All in the Family, then went on to direct films like This Is Spinal Tap, When Harry Met Sally, A Few Good Men, and Stand By Me. He was found dead on Sunday afternoon in his Brentwood home alongside his wife of over 3 decades. So that is a tragedy. That is a tragedy no matter what. Okay, so that's one of the statements made. So let's see what Billy Crystal was saying 25 years ago at the roast. Now, again, it's jokes. It's comedy, remember? So, AKA maybe it's lies. You know, like I said, acting and comedy kind of just feels sometimes like lies. But I'm going to let Billy speak for himself.
He's going to get Gore elected. Great, something else they can blame on the Jews. He's going to get a cabinet post, he thinks. Secretary of Sheet Cakes. It's a funny word. Where's Lieberman? Oh, it's Friday.
I don't get that joke. Can somebody explain that to me? I don't get that, it's Friday
If
thing.
he really liked you, he would have walked. George W. Bush, not here. Why? Because he's a schmuck. But none of these people are here for you, Rob, but I'm here. When the Friars decided to honor you, Rob, do you know why?
Why? Tell me.
I'll tell you. It's because of your films. Films that make you think. They make you think, what the hell am I doing here? And Rob has always been compared to the great directors, always. When he directed me and all the great cast and Harry and Sally, they compared him to Woody. When he did Misery, they compared it to Brian De Palma and Alfred Hitchcock. And when he began working closely with children, they compared him to Woody. But what I respect most about Rob is
Woody, I assume, is talking about Woody Allen. Him and Harvey Weinstein are pretty much the reason for Me Too and Time's Up. I mean, it was like these directors in Hollywood that were abusing people allegedly or whatever. So Woody, particularly Woody Allen, was accused of adopting, somebody very young and then having her be his wife or whatever. So y'all can go look that up if you want. But by 2000, it was already kind of known a little bit. I mean, definitely all these people in here knew about it. They laughing about it. So he's saying, you have been compared to the greats. When you started working with children, you were compared to the PDF file. Okay. The joke doesn't end there. Nope. It keeps going.
deep, almost suspicious love
Right,
for kids. And Brian De Palma and Alfred Hitchcock. And when he began working closely with children, they compared him to Woody. But what I respect most about Rob is his deep, almost suspicious love for kids. And he freely gives them his time, his money, whatever it takes to get them into the van. But revenge. Do his work for kids. Rob has become a major, wonderful political activist, which is a code name for unemployed.
What's so funny about that? Okay, like let's just suspend reality for one moment and pretend it's fun. Like pretend it's not true. Okay, let's just pretend it's not true. I don't know if it happened or didn't happen. What's funny about it? What's funny about it? Why are people laughing? Ha ha ha, you're a PDF file, just joking. What is funny about that? It's a rhetorical question. Please don't try to explain it to me. It's not funny, is the answer. And he didn't even say one joke. It was two jokes. He said, the reason why we are having this roast for you at all is because of your movies. You took your special interest in kids. When you were directing this movie and that movie, they were comparing you to someone who, what somebody said, married his stepdaughter. He married his stepdaughter. He said he had a suspicious love. What's the joke? Suspicious love for children. And that's not the only person that made a weird kid joke that night. Okay, that was two jokes right there. Your suspicious love for children. When you worked with children on your movies, they compared you to a child abuser. Okay, well, there's more. Okay, there's actually more jokes like this. Now, keep in mind, nothing happened to him for 25 years over this supposed behavior, okay? Like, other people got in trouble. And again, he might not have done this. Maybe it's just making it up. Why? Why would you stand up there and make it up about somebody that's supposedly your friend? Remember, this guy right here, Billy Crystal, he is one of the people who came out instantly within a day and said he loved him so much. He was so great. He was so awesome. He was the best. He was the greatest. All this. What the hell? It does remind me of that Bob Saget roast. Sure does. Okay. So let me pull up another clip. I got the full roast here, and it's free on YouTube if y'all really are, dying to watch it or whatever. But I'm going to do, they don't have the transcript. Okay, hold on. It's toward the end. It's Al Franken. And okay, so let's just, first of all, I want to talk about who is Al Franken real quick, because some of y'all probably don't know. He is another one of these actors turned politicians. And I know it's going to hurt some people's feelings, but that's currently what's sitting in the White House right now. We had a reality television show actor who now is the president. All right. So this is nothing new. Remember that movie we started 3 hours ago by talking about the main character guy, the dad? He was running for governor after being an actor. The president of Ukraine was an actor, and now he's the president of Ukraine. Okay. The president of France started out in theater. That's where he met his spouse, who was his teacher. Okay. So this actors and PDF files is kind of like a international phenomenon. And I am calling Brigitte that because apparently, allegedly, according to the public record, she met Emmanuel as her student when he was 14. That's my opinion, bitch. That's my opinion. And I bet you a jury would agree. Anyway. Okay. So let me show y'all who is Al Franken. I know some of y'all do know. Al Franken, American politician, comedian, screenwriter, and actor. He's going to be the next one speaking. So I'm giving y'all a little introduction of who this guy is. He's got his toupee. He's got his teeth. He served from 2009 until his resignation. I guess it could be hair plugs. It kind of looks like a lace front to me. He served from 2009 until his resignation in 2018 as a United States Senator from Minnesota. A member of the Democratic Party, he worked as an entertainer, appearing on television and films before entering politics. He first gained fame as a writer and performer on the NBC sketch comedy series. So he's on SNL, Saturday Night Live. He worked for 3, seasons First, he served as a writer for the show from 1970. Oh, stints. So not seasons, actually stints. 5 years, he worked as a writer for the show. Then he returned from 1980. So he skipped 5 more years. He goes and does something else for 5 years, comes back 5 years later. And for 10 years, he's a writer. And briefly, he's a cast member. After his career in the entertainment industry, he got reassigned. He became a liberal political activist hosting a radio show. So a lot of times they'll put these actors on podcasts and then pretend like they're political talking heads instead of just saying like they're actors and they're doing Mockingbird stuff. No. They shifted careers. Okay, got it. Right. Okay, got it. Writing satirical books, scrutinizing the American right. Though initially dismissed as a novelty candidate due to his background in comedy, he was elected to the United States Senate in 2008, defeating incumbent Republican Senator Norm Coleman by 312 votes. Whoa, 312 votes. He won by 312 votes. And there was like 3 million votes cast, a 0.01% margin. One of the closest elections in all of Senate history. Franken was reelected in 2014 with 53% of the vote. In January 2018, he resigned. Why? You might be wondering why. Well, it was allegations of sexual misconduct. Wah, wah. He has since said he regrets the decision to resign. In September 2019, he announced that he would be hosting the Al Franken Show on Saturday mornings. I don't know if he does do that show or not. Okay. So, he was born in New York. His parents immigrated from Germany. His maternal grandmother came from the Russian Empire. His maternal grandmother's parents were from the Russian Empire. One of his parents was from Allentown. Both of his parents were Jews. Franken was raised a Reformed Jewish home, attended Temple Israel in Minneapolis. He has an older brother, Owen, who is a photojournalist, and his cousin Bob is also a journalist for MSNBC. So I think it's interesting. Nobody's out here calling him nepotism, baby. Even though they got all that, it's like, this is where I start to wonder, why is it nobody's coming out and saying this about Al Franken? Everybody's saying about Nick. And again, y'all might be saying because he's not accused of murmuring his parents. Okay, but hold on. What you're about to see is still pretty unsettling. So let me pull up his part of the roast. So what we just watched was the Billy Crystal one. And now we're going to watch Al Franken. Again, he was removed from office, he was not removed from office. He resigned from office because of allegations of sexual impropriety. So he chose and willingly resigned. Okay. So let's go here. This is him back then. This is the year 2000. He's about to make a series of jokes himself. I don't have the transcript here, so I'm not exactly sure the timestamp, so just bear with me while I get to the one that I want to show y'all, but it is within this little few minute sketch.
What he really enjoys is what I do, which is far more substantive. But I have to tell you that Rob has devoted himself to seeing the kids from birth to age 3 get the kind of nurturing, intellectual stimulation, love, really, that will make them grow up to be a fully functional, happy person, unlike, say, Brett. And it's a great thing. Most people don't know where this comes from. And Rob doesn't like to talk about it because he's kind of a modest guy. But it comes out of his own personal experience.
Okay.
See, as a baby.
So you're gonna hear this. If you keep up with the story, you're gonna see this clip traveling around, and people get the names mixed up. Okay, Rob is the dad. Rob is the one. Rest in peace. He's no longer with us. Nick is the son. So what Al Franken is about to say is this guy, Rob, he just said it. He's such a good dad. He's giving the love and the care and the attention. And the place that comes from is Carl. Remember, who is Carl? He's the famous comedian dad, right? This Nick is in the shadow of 2 famous Hollywood comedians, 2 famous director comedian types, Hollywood royalty. Okay. So from birth to age 3, and I don't know why he's saying birth to age 3, because one of his kids is like 8 years old now. So does something happen special at age 3? I don't know why he says birth to age 3, but he's like, you give your kids so much love and all of that, they're going to turn up to be good, adults, which, I mean, if Nick did what he's accused of doing, they didn't turn out too good, actually. But, you know, I'm not going to speak ill of the dead by any means. But listen to what he says. This is supposed to be a joke. He's like, the reason that Rob is so good with his kids from birth to age 3, I don't know what happens after age 3. This is the reason. It's because of his dad, Carl. Listen what he says, and it's disturbing.
And it's a great thing. Most people don't know where this comes from. And Rob doesn't like to talk about it because he's kind of a modest guy. But it comes out of his own personal experience. See, as a baby, Rob was routinely beaten by his father, Carl. Rob believes that this early physical abuse had a profound effect on him as an adult and led to the horrible failure of Ghosts of Mississippi.
That was one of his movies.
Just curious. Exactly. What possibly could explain North? Help them out. On a typical night, Carl would slip into Rob's bed,
His dad.
roll him over, swab him down, and say something like, I'm thinking about hiring Maury Amsterdam to play Buddy Sorrell. What do you think?
So somebody asked, who is the comedian talking? The comedian talking is Al Franken. Al Franken, the political, like he was in the Senate. Where'd it go? The guy I just went over. It's him. This is this guy. Him. American politician, comedian, screenwriter, actor. He was on SNL, big in the Democratic Party. He was in the Senate from 2009, like 10 years almost. He got voted into office 2008 and he left in 2018 because of allegations of sexual misconduct. That's him. That's him. That's this guy right here. This guy. He was a politician too. What? What are these comedian politicians in the Friars freaking club doing? And what is so funny about this supposed joke? It doesn't end there. It actually, I think, gets worse. Because now he's going to talk about how this man, Rob Reiner, as a joke, was passed around Hollywood. What is this birth to age 3? I don't know why that's sticking out in my head more, like rewatching this. I've seen this clip a few times.
I'm thinking about hiring Maury Amsterdam to play Buddy Sorrell. What do you think? Roll him over, swab him down, and say something like, I'm thinking about hiring Maury Amsterdam to play Buddy Sorrell. What do you think? Well, the success of the Dick Van Dyke Show changed things dramatically. Carl started inviting many of his famous friends to son.
The success of the Dick Van Dyke Show, which now that I'm like hearing this joke, I'm wondering, you know, what the hell did that show get named that? Of all names, it could have been named. The Dick Van Dyke Show was so successful that Carl, which would be Nick's grandfather, began to invite people in Hollywood to bleep words I can't even say, his own son. And just so we're keeping track of the family timeline, that's him. His dad invited people in Hollywood to beep him, and that's the joke. That's the punchline. Somebody said, and I had to rebuke, Gen Z and millennial humor is different. No, that's not true. It's Gen X, excuse me. Gen X and millennial humor is no, that's not true. There's a difference between people who are possessed with demons and have no morals and not. And that can cross generations. That can cross all the 6 or whatever generations that are alive right now, okay? Or 5. There's nothing funny about this. And if you think it's funny, you ought to be locked up probably. I mean, really. I mean, I'm almost down to like prosecute thought crimes at this point because this shit is so nasty that if you think it's funny, I rebuke. Again, this is an American politician. This man was in the Senate for 10 years. He only left the Senate because he resigned because he got accused of sexual impropriety. And he's also apparently a comic. It's so funny. PDF file incest jokes are so funny. Ha ha. This is what these people are doing in front of our very face. One more time.
The Dick Van Dyke Show changed things dramatically. Carl started inviting many of his famous friends to son. And that list includes some of the greats in comedy.
He starts listing who did it.
Paul Lynde. Dom DeLuise. Rip Taylor. Danny Kaye. Charles Nelson Riley, and Rock Hudson, whom I frankly don't think was that funny.
Imagine growing up in a house where this is funny. I just can't. Not funny at all. I actually just got nauseous. My dad never would ever make such of a joke. He'd probably knock somebody's front fucking teeth. Excuse my language. He would probably commit an assault on somebody, a violent physical assault for making a joke like this, even about anybody's kid. And all these grown folks are slapping the table, laughing so hard. This one right here, he don't seem offended. He's loud. Look at him. He likes it. Something's wrong with these people. And that's not me saying that he deserved to die and, be stabbed to death by his son. And I don't even know if that happened. I don't even know if that happened. I don't know who did what. I wasn't there, and I'm going to wait for more evidence to come out. But that right there is nasty. And I rebuke it entirely. I rebuke it. There's no amount of people in a room laughing that's going to get me laughing. And I'm almost feeling like a little bit like that's kind of the vibe I got from Nick. Like a lot of these behaviors that people or the body language, people and stuff are calling creepy or like not socially adjusted is just like he's not laughing at stupid shit. Like he's not laughing at these dumb jokes. He's like, I'm not going to laugh at something dumb. Like say something funny and I'll laugh. But here you have this man. How could you possibly be accused of something like that, even in a joke, and laugh about it? Something's wrong here. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Okay. And putting it together with all of the other wrong things I've seen, the suspicious things I've seen in the media, in the tabloids, in the headlines, every YouTuber, every news, all the friends are coming out. He was so great. Birth to 3. Then because of the success of the Dick Van Dyke Show, Rob Reiner started getting passed around to people in Hollywood. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. No, it's not funny. Something's wrong with y'all. Something's wrong with y'all. Something's wrong with it. Something is very wrong. So let's get back to this web. So now that you've seen a series of weird jokes, I just want to remind you, who unalives their parents, according to Psychology Today? Well, there's 3 types of individuals who commit parricide. One is the severely abused child who is pushed beyond his or her limits. By far, the severely abused child is the most frequently encountered type of offender. I just wanted to remind y'all that said that. Okay, so now I want to get into the timeline. This is what we've done so far. So I think we're making like pretty good progress because like all this right here is just the timeline. So we're just going to see like what he was doing in those few moments and days leading up and all that. But I want to do this section next. It's called motive, but it just says early speculation. Because again, like I said, we don't really know his motive. We don't really know his motive. Also, I would just want to remind y'all that during this roast, what's his name? Nick would have been about 7 years old. So he was alive, he was cognizant, and it would have been about 1 year or so, maybe even the same year, that he was screaming and crying and interrupting yoga sessions, okay, trying to be with his mom or whatever, okay? So this is like right around the same time that he was doing the yoga session, and that crazy bitch went and wrote a book about it. That lady is freaking psycho, in my opinion. That woman needs to do more yoga, okay? And she needs to focus on herself, in my opinion. Okay. So here's some early speculation. All right. So these, I think, are all videos. I emailed the lawyer, Alan Jackson. I said, I'm a lawyer, YouTuber. I'm looking into the public record of Nick and Rob's public relationship. I'm wondering if you could provide any comment on this theory that Megyn Kelly entered into. So we'll get into that more. So let's start here. This will be Fox News. And again, like I said, this is coming from every side. This is coming from left, right, center, up, down, all around. And let's start here with Fox News and see what their early speculation of motive is, right? Because when somebody unalives their parents, most of society goes, why? Oh, they're crazy. Okay, well, maybe, but as we were just told, that accounts for less than 10%. And, maybe they had a mental ill. Okay, less than 10%. Maybe they were antisocial or a psychopath. Okay, yeah, but less than 10%. 90% or more is abused kids. And I'm not seeing a whole bunch of people talking about that. Now, again, this comes from a lawyer. I don't know if that was like, he didn't do a study or whatever. I sure did email. Okay, so let me show y'all. Let's listen to the speculation. Let's see what the speculation is going to be. Again, that's why I showed y'all that Psychology Today article. Over 90% of children who unalive their parents are abused by those parents. They have been abused by the parents. That is in the Psychology Today article. So it just seems statistically like, you would think maybe that's an option on the table for motive until we find out what the motive is. Is the media going down that path? Are they having doctors on and saying, in my experience or this study, it says this kid that's been abused? I regret to inform you that's not what's going on. Let me show you what Fox News is speculating about the motive. Okay, we're going to just start here.
Penny, who was charged and later acquitted in the death of Jordan Neely on the New York City subway. He is also a founding partner of Razor and Kniff. Tom, good to see you. Thank you very much for being here. I'm struck when I'm watching that new video of him being taken into custody. He was 15 miles away from where this happened. Your thoughts on the police work? I mean, at least it's not like the OJ situation. They found him quickly.
They found him quickly, but remember, this is a very different time, right? In OJ Simpson, we didn't have cell phones, or certainly as far as what sort of precautions to take regarding the defendant's safety are generally left to the court officers, the Department of Corrections. As far as cameras in the courtroom and whether it can be still photography or motion photography, those are usually applications that are made by the media.
Trying to get to the part.
But you weren't like cold like that. He was very loving and compassionate. I just think that he didn't really know what to do.
I want to play one more from this because this is another example that we can see. It's tragic to watch these, but the interaction between this.
As myself, they almost always come together. I agree with you. I think, like the attorney, Mr. Jackson, he's handling it as it should be handled now. He's not overcommitting to anything. But if the police went forward and made the arrest, they likely have overwhelming evidence that Nick Reiner was at the scene of the crime and is the one who committed this horrific crime. And he's probably going to be going forward with either not guilty by reason of insanity, or what we call diminished capacity defense, saying that he lacked the ability to form the intent, the specific intent, the premeditation to commit these murders.
Tom, thanks for taking a look at it today. No doubt we're going to be calling on you in the days.
Okay. So like I said, this is just one video. This isn't obviously every single news segment, but this is one possible motive. People are saying there is no motive. He's just nuts. He's just crazy. He's cuckoo. He's loony. And that it just is odd to me. If the statistic that we read from the Psychology Today article about parricide is true, where more than 90% of kids that kill their parents is because they got abused. And they're not even saying he's gonna maybe try for the, it used to be called the battered women's defense, but as we now know, and I think it's good that we've made this discovery as humans and as a Western society, at least, it's not just women that can be abused. So the battered women's defense came about not even that long ago, but now it's battered, person or whatever. And I don't even know if they call it that anymore. They might call it something else, but it was basically like you basically killed somebody in cold blood. But there was like a history of real dangerous abuse, and your actually life was still in danger just living in the house with this man. That's the classic battered women's syndrome, defense. Now, a lot of times these women would get this defense and they still go to jail. It's just instead of going for their whole life, they only go 15 or 20 years or whatever. This is different than self-defense. This is different from she was in the middle of getting beat and then and hit back and used force greater than whatever. No. This is like she killed the husband laying there right there in the bed. But, he had beat her for 18 hours before that or whatever. Like when he woke up, he was going to beat her and kill her. It has to be something like where it's like you still actually were in danger and a reasonable person in your situation would have thought they were in danger too. It's different than an insanity defense, which a lot of people think if you plead insanity that you just get off and you don't have to go to jail. No, y'all, a lot of times it's actually way worse for people that plead insanity because you don't have an end date. You just get locked up and they do often throw away the key. So it's not like, I don't know why people think that when you plead insanity, you're somehow going to get off easier. You definitely are not. And you have less rights whenever you go to a mental asylum run by the state than you do if you're just at a regular prison. You're going to be getting drugged every day against your will, and you are not going to be able to say nothing about it. So the insanity defense or the not guilty by reason of insanity is not a good thing usually for people to plead. Like usually you rather just take your 15 to 20. Like it's not helpful. You're going to be institutionalized. You're still going to be locked up because you're saying that you were unable to even control yourself from killing somebody, especially your parents. So that's one. That is one possible motive they're talking about. And again, I find that to be odd. What does insanity have to do with, like a battered women's defense or whatever? Well, your girl, Megyn Kelly, I used to have kind of a neutral stance on Megyn Kelly, personally myself. Like, I didn't love her. I think she's like a little bit fake. Like, I think like the extensions she wears freak me out. I've been kind of getting more grossed out by like extensions a little bit, especially when it's like real human hair. Cause I do have to wonder like whose scalp that came from. Like, are they coming from countries where people are like really have a meaningful choice? Like, I don't know. It's just like you see her where her natural hair ends and you see these obvious fake extensions, and it just something about it just makes me feel like she's lying to me. I don't know why, but that's like been my biggest criticism of her, really, until fairly recently. She's been saying some insane and disgusting, crazy stuff, in my opinion. And let me just pull this thing up, what she had said yesterday or the day before.
Here's what I think.
Okay. She's talking about the incident. She's talking about the topic that we're talking about, the situation. And she says, here's what I think. All right. And she even says it herself. It's out of left field. It's just out of left field. It's just coming from nowhere. I don't know why I'm bringing this up. It's just poof. It's just dropping upon me out of nowhere. This is her theory. Okay. All right. Let's hear it.
Here's what I think. And this is like out of left field prediction. And it's just because the Menendez case is on my mind, because that's also California. And this is what triggered it. In no way am I impugning Rob Reiner, nor do I believe there's anything untoward. I think he seems by all accounts a loving father.
This is out of left field. I'm not in any way impugning Rob. I'm not making any accusations. It looks to me like he was a great and loving father, she says. But this is her theory.
On my mind, because that's also California. And this is what triggered it. In no way am I impugning Rob Reiner, nor do I believe there's anything untoward. I think he seems by all accounts a loving father and an appropriate father. But on this same Daily Mail report we were quoting from, one actor who was on the set of Being Charlie, he's a cast member, Eric Aud, 45, told the Daily Mail he found the dynamic between Rob and his son, Nick, troubling. They were fighting. They were arguing with each other while they were on the set. They did point out that this guy's scenes were ultimately cut from the film. Okay, maybe he's got an axe to grind. Quote, they were kissing each other on the lips, which was weird. They were bickering. They were going off on each other on set. It wasn't comfortable. There was definitely hostility there. So my question is there a likelihood Nick Reiner pulls a card from the Menendez defense? We're in California. It's going to be a California jury, and says he was molesting me my whole life. That's why I was so messed up from the time I was 10.
What? Out of left field, indeed. What on earth is this woman talking about? And the way she's saying it is so dismissive, like as if to get ahead, almost as if a lot of this man's friends or whatever are, I'm sorry, I'm not saying he deserved it. I'm not saying it's okay to do. But what in the hell is going on with all the out of left field indeed? Everybody else talking about he's an addict, he's a junkie, he's a scary, he's creepy. Everybody else is talking about stuff like that. Oh, he's going to maybe try and get the insanity plea. That's what we just watched this man over here say because he showed up in a vest. 18-inch Remy Tracks just told us, that's not probably 12 to 16-inch Remy Tracks just told us, out of absolutely nowhere but thin air, she pulled it out of her literal ass from a Daily Mail article, a very specific allegation. Why is she saying something about molestation? She said, well, I was just thinking about the Menendez brothers. Okay, fine, maybe. But then when you put together everything we just went over in the last almost 4 hours, that sick joke about what supposedly jokingly happened to Rob, the dad himself, getting passed around Hollywood as a child. Ha ha ha, everyone's laughing. Then him himself, the joke, his friend, Billy Crystal, who now has come out and made a joint statement with Larry David. The freaking Obamas are coming out and making statements in support of that. Well, hold on. What's really going on here? And then you have Megyn Kelly talking about something real specific. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of like the Menendez case, and they have been pushing that case on us in the last couple of years. I mean, it's not completely out of left field, but she said it was out of left field, which made me think, is it really out of left field? I don't know. I'm going to rewind it to the halfway point, and I'm going to just let you hear yourself what she's saying. She's like, oh, this is out of left field. This is out of left field. Then boom, hits you with a very specific out of left field. All because as an adult, he was kissing his dad on a movie set, according to a tabloid. I don't know, Megan. But it does get to the question about motive, if that's true. And I want you to listen to her tone. Yep, it's called Stealing Thunder, Abundantly Empowered. She's trying to destroy, if true. I don't know what she's trying to do. I'm not in her mind. She might just be a freak. She might just be a weirdo. But she's the way. I want you to listen. Revelation of the method. Yep. I want you to listen to the tone. I want you to listen to that. And if he comes out and does it, that's just going to be, ugh. Look, a lot of people, I would venture to say like half the people, think that the Menendez brothers shouldn't have been convicted because their dad was another Hollywood director abusing them. And they both, twin or brothers, unalived their mom and their dad. So in that way, it does remind me of the Menendez brothers. But when you hear their story, if you take their word for it, it actually does add up and answer the question why they did it. Now, does that mean it was okay? No, you can't kill your parents. No, it's not allowed. It's illegal. It's a crime. It's a crime, especially once you're an adult. Okay. You can leave or whatever. Supposedly, maybe they could, maybe they couldn't, but they're still to this day, 30 years or whatever later in prison for doing it. And they probably should be. They killed their parents. But that being said, it's not like I'm like not sympathetic to it. You know what I mean? Like they shouldn't have done it, but at least it kind of satisfies that natural human curiosity of why. Like, why would two children kill their parents? Well, because they were getting R-word by the parent their whole freaking life. They were in his shadow. They were unable to do anything. They were unable to go anywhere. They were unable to escape his shadow, and he physically, sexually abused them. That's their reason for it. Now, is that a good reason? Is there ever a justified reason? I mean, these are things that I cannot defend. But it satisfies the motive. Okay, like it at least tells the jury, okay, all right, I could see why. It wasn't inheritance, maybe it was. That was another aspect of that case. Megyn Kelly is pulling this out of thin air and then making the assertion like if that ends up being alleged by Nick Reiner, it's not credible. It's just because he's just going to be trying to pull on the heartstrings of a California jury. Well, Megyn, I want to remind you, a California jury did convict the Menendez brothers, and they are still right now in prison. It's not like, oh, the bleeding heart Californians just let them walk free. No, they trying to get out to this day, and they still can't get out. They got the full force of the Netflix and Mark Garagos and everybody. They're still in jail, prison. So it's not like it really actually helped them very much that was their defense. But it's almost like she's coming out the gate to try to destroy any potential allegations, which I find to be, I'll just say, interesting. Let me again let you listen to her say it.
Each other on the lips, which was weird. They bickered, or they were bickering. They
it
were
is
going
weird.
off on each other on set. It wasn't comfortable. There was definitely hostility there. So my question is there a likelihood Nick Reiner pulls a card from the Menendez defense? We're in California. It's going to be a California jury, and says he was molesting me my whole life. That's why I was so messed up from the time I was 10. That's why I got hooked on drugs. There's no way of disproving that.
That's a very specific age, huh? But from the time I was 10. Why'd she bring that number up? I'm just wondering. I don't know. These people like numbers a lot. From the time I was 10? Why'd she say that? And why is she acting like it's just not already saying it? Like, he didn't even say this shit yet, but she's saying it and she's acting like it's like he's going to be lying.
Plays the sympathy card with a California jury about why, from a very young age, he was all messed up. Here's what I think.
Look, if that's true, he should say it in court, and it would explain why he was so messed up, because otherwise it don't make any damn sense. A perfectly healthy, well-adjusted young boy just starts doing heroin. No, he said he learned about it in rehab. He was forced to go to rehab when he was 14 years old, and that's where he learned about the H drug that he ended up becoming addicted to. Now, Megyn Kelly makes an out of left field prediction, which if he does come out and say that, then I do think it is a pretty good indicator of his motive. Now, does not mean it's an excuse, a reason, a justification. You cannot kill your parents. It is illegal and it is morally, ethically wrong. You should not kill your parents. Do not do that. And if you do, you should go to jail, okay? But this isn't the first weird kind of like defending somebody of PDF behaviors that Megyn Kelly has done. And again, I want to be very clear. I'm not saying Rob Reiner did anything to Nick. I'm not saying he did anything other than give him love and affection. All right. Megyn Kelly is the one out here saying she expects or perhaps anticipates or is asking a question, is this defense going to come up? Now, the lawyer himself did say that it is a very complicated, complex story. This is not Megyn's first walk around the block on saying some weird stuff. She has a disturbing history of defending PDF file type behaviors. Let's take a look at this video from, a month ago?
Welcome to the Megyn Kelly Show.
A month ago. Almost to the day. Here's Megyn Kelly on the Megyn Kelly Show. Again, out of nowhere, out of left field. Nobody asked her, but she seems to be running defense for a very grotesque and alarming illegal behavior. Take a listen. I'm going to put it on 1.25 the speed. Take a listen.
Welcome to the Megyn Kelly Show. A nationwide uproar is erupting over Megyn Kelly's controversial remarks suggesting that Jeffrey Epstein wasn't really a pedophile.
He was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls. And I realize this is disgusting. I'm definitely not trying to make an excuse for this. I'm just giving you facts. That he wasn't into like 8-year-olds.
The backlash is fierce. Hashtag I was 15 is now trending on social media, with some posting photos of themselves at that age. 15 isn't barely legal, it's illegal, goes one post. You're defending a pedophile, says another. The women of The View took aim today.
A 15-year-old, a 16-year-old is a child. That is not.
So she also said something. She also said something along the lines of he wasn't like an actual PDF file. He was, he liked the barely legal types. No, bitch, 15-year-olds is illegal. But it just makes me wonder, is Megyn Kelly just so Hollywood at this point that she's just yeah, I mean, it's better than an 8-year-old. And she's the one they have out here stealing the thunder. Oh, what are the chances he's going to come out with this? What if that wasn't what he was going to say? Why is it that Billy Crystal, the guy that was making the jokes about the dad passing, the grandpa passing the dad around Hollywood as a child, the dad sneaking into his own son's bedroom at night, Billy Crystal is coming out within 24 freaking hours, making a big statement about how great and how wonderful Rob Reiner was. Something's not adding up to me here. It feels wrong. It feels wrong. I emailed the lawyer. I said, and he did not email me back, just for the record. But I said, I'm wondering if you could provide comment on the theory postulated by podcaster Megyn Kelly that your client, Nick Reiner, was sexually abused by his father, Rob. Your comment would be included in my coverage today of the story. It's just the more I looked, the more I was like, whoa. With that roast, and then with those weird interview clips, and then the things that were said in the movie, and the overbearing and the controlling, and what really was it that was maybe the what's so terrible about that original stand-up special he was trying to do. Y'all, I don't know, something's weird about this. I'm going to tell you that. So, and even if something is weird, even if this, there's some type of motive that we could arrive at or whatever, again, that does not excuse or justify this tragedy. And my heart does go out to the innocent people who are suffering because of it. So now we're on to the last major section. I guess there's two sections. One of them is 2025, but then there's this political box, but we already kind of talked about that. He returned to 60 Minutes in 2025, and that's him right there, right? You see this? This is Rob Reiner, 60-minute archive.
60 Minutes rewind.
I'm going to pull that video up. So it says, it was posted just the day after they were killed. It says American entertainment giant Rob Reiner spoke with Leslie Stahl this past October. So I've been saying 3 months ago. It's 2 months ago. About the bold choices he made to launch his directing career, a career that would go on to include American cultural touchstones, including a Few Good Men, When Harry Met Sally, among many others. Reiner and his wife were found deceased at their home in Los Angeles. So where is it where he said he was clean and sober? Hold on. Oh, it was on this page 6 article. Okay, I'll bring that up instead. Okay, that's even better. Okay. Rob Reiner believed his son was sober in his drug addiction battle. And this was from 3 months before the murmurs. Rob Reiner's son, Nick, was in a really good place 3 months before allegedly murmuring his own parents. And this is allegations. Rob Reiner spoke to NPR in September. So not NPR. It was not 60 Minutes. It was NPR. Okay, I got my wires crossed here. Okay. He spoke to NPR in September about his 32-year-old son being more than 6 years. More than 6 years. So that character in the movie really was right when he was in the little group session. He said, why am I doing this anyway? Everybody's just going to hold it over my head for the rest of my life, anytime, just waiting for me to mess up. And as soon as they do, they're going to blame it on addiction. So what's the point of this anyway? More than 6 years he's been sober. As soon as something goes wrong, he's blamed for it, and it's because of his drug addiction. Now, maybe it is. Girl, maybe it is. Maybe he had a relapse. But this is not something I'm really seeing being highlighted. People in my own chat are saying, oh, he was an active addiction. Y'all don't freaking know that. Don't take that from somebody. You don't know that. His own daddy, last time it was talked about, said he was over 6 years. That's over half a decade. Spoke to NPR in September about his 32-year-old being more than 6 years clean from drugs while promoting the Spinal Tap sequel. He was slain, rest in peace, on Sunday, age 78. He insisted to the outlet that Nick had been doing great. If anybody in this picture doesn't know how to take care of their health, I mean, maybe it's the guy with shit all over his shirt. And I'm not trying to say anything disparaging. I'm just saying, like, you can't catch a break once you are stigmatized. And I believe people are innocent until proven guilty. I said the same for Diddy. I say the same for David. And I'm going to say the same for Nick Reiner. If you want somebody that's already decided that he's a junkie piece of shit, you're on the wrong channel. But there's a lot of them out there you could go to. I'm certainly in the minority. Now, again, it don't look good. Okay. Like he hasn't done favors for himself in, his behaviors either. But during this interview, Rob reflected on collaborating with Nick on Being Charlie, the semi-autobiographical movie. The Emmy winner compared himself to the father character in the film, played by this guy. He explained that he was never too busy for Nick. He said, I mean, if anything, it was the other way. He was overbearing. I was more hands-on. Okay, hands-on? How? Trying to do whatever I thought I could do to help. Well, I mean, if you look at the sadness and trauma on the guy's face, he acknowledged he made mistakes. He talked to Nick about that since. The same month, Nick joined his father at the premiere. So in September, he was with his family at a movie premiere. He also accompanied his parents to Conan O'Brien's Christmas party on Saturday, hours before the parents were unalived in their home. This is them at someone's graduation. Not only did the couple, both of them. So a lot of people are saying he got into an argument with his dad. Some are saying he got into an argument with his mom. They all got in an argument with each other. They were bringing what happened in the house out to somebody else's house. They got into a very loud argument with their child, according to TMZ, but people reported Nick was freaking everyone out, acting crazy, and he kept asking people if they were famous. A source told NBC News Tuesday that Nick had stormed off after interrupting comedian Bill Hader's conversation. Like, God forbid he walk up and try to be a part of a conversation. No, sit there and shut up. That's what he was definitely expected to do in the interviews. Jane Fonda was there at the birthday bash. She wrote on Instagram that Rob, the dad, looked happy and healthy on his final night alive. And again, this is a tragedy. And I do want to say my heart does go out to these two children who have lost their parents and they didn't, aren't accused of anything. And my heart goes out to Nick too, because clearly he is struggling with something and has been. The bodies were found by the daughter, which is devastating. And, prayers up for her. Before being detained, Nick checked into a hotel and he left behind a grisly scene. Oh my God. So there was blood all over the hotel, apparently, which I didn't see those pictures. I'm not going to click on the link, but y'all can go and do your own research. He's currently on unaliving himself watch and being held without bail at the Twin Towers Correctional Facility in LA. Although Nick was set to be arraigned on Tuesday, he missed the court appearance because he wasn't medically cleared to be transferred to the court, but he did end up going and showing up yesterday, but he was still not arraigned. The arraignment has been continued. These are the parents, and it is a sad tragedy. Truly, it is a sad tragedy, even if there is motive, period. Just like it says down there in the the banner. Nick's addiction struggles began in his teens. He spent years homeless and in and out of rehab. And I don't know if he was homeless for years. In a chilling comment during a 2015 interview, Rob looked back on the very hard times in their family. The number one job of any parent is to keep their child safe. And I hadn't done that. And now here I have done that. I kept him out. See, this is all giving like conservatorship, guardianship vibes to me. It's all giving conservatorship, guardianship vibes. Like the number one job is to keep them safe. I didn't do that, but now here I have done that. He came out alive. I don't know. Again, like, is a conservatorship a reason to kill somebody? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm not saying that. Man, Twin Towers Hotel is so appropriate. It's not the hotel, it's the prison. The whites on the bottom, yeah, the Sankopu indicates tragic endings in life. Could be. Could be. Okay, so let's get back to this web. It is giving conservatorship, guardianship vibes. Pat Christ said so many try to decide for their kids what kind of title they're going to bestow upon them based on silly teen mistakes, and then the kids can never escape it. It's true. It's very true. It's very true. Okay, so then there's like this heated altercation story, right? Nick had been sober for 6 years before this, and this was as of September. His dad said this. And then, of course, we do now know that the parents were unalived by, someone or something on the 14th. So this party, and also I think it's interesting that the 14th was the first day of Hanukkah as well. So this was a Christmas party on the 13th. So apparently this Bill Hader guy who, if the eyes tell it all, the eyes are telling it. Okay. Look at this man. Why is this guy getting judged on what he looks like and not this guy? That's the hypocrisy I'm seeing. The logic isn't adding up. But apparently, this one right here, so this is the same guy right here, younger here and older here, he was apparently offended that Nick tried to come up and talk to him. But then there's other stories floating around that it wasn't that. It was a different type of fight. It was actually this right here, the Princess Bride director and Michelle got into a heated argument with Nick while attending Conan O'Brien's party just the day before. So was he getting into it with him? Was he getting into it with the parents? Was he getting into it with the Princess Bride director and his mom? It's a bunch of different stories. Then we have Page 6 telling us he wasn't actually even invited to the party. Nobody actually wanted him to come to the party, but the Reiners insisted that they be able to bring him because they couldn't just stand leaving their 32-year-old son alone. And it's just giving Britney Spears vibe. Like, it's just giving this is an adult. So this is Celebrity News, Page 6. The unsettling reason Rob Reiner's son attended Conan O'Brien's Christmas party. Nick reportedly wasn't invited. This article came out yesterday. He wasn't invited to that party. But Rob Reiner and Michelle didn't want to leave their son alone. The Hollywood Reporter claimed on Tuesday that the couple had asked Conan O'Brien whether their son Nick could tag along with them to the holiday bash. The outlet alleged that Nick's often extreme and stressful behavior. Okay, but hold on. He's been sober for 6 years and he was doing really well, according to his dad 3 months ago. So what is it? It escalated and grown degrees more concerning in recent weeks. What was going on in recent weeks? There's more to this story. Here's Conan years ago hugging Rob. There's Conan and Rob again. Because of this, the stars, that's the dad and the mom, were reluctant to leave Nick home alone, the 32-year-old. They didn't want to leave him home alone. And if you're that nervous and scared he's going to tear your shit up, kick him out. He's grown. Unless you have a legal responsibility over him. I'm just wondering if it was a conservatorship. While at the party, he had been living in the guest house under, quote, watchful supervision. So surveillance. He was being surveilled He did not have any privacy. That's what I'm seeing. Again, it's not an excuse to do something illegal, especially killing somebody. While at the party, he reportedly made other guests uncomfortable. Maybe should have left him home then. Asking bizarre questions. What are the bizarre questions? People's first name. That's the example they gave. The first example out the gate, the bizarre question, what's your name? That's not a bizarre question. That's normal. And whether they were famous. That's not bizarre. That's normal. That's okay. Not everything he says is bizarre. Now, if he's a killer, he's a killer. He needs to be held accountable. These queries led to an awkward moment with comedian Bill Hader, leaving Nick to storm off. The outlet claimed the dad confronted the son over his asocial and unsettling behavior. And then he apologized to Conan and he left the party. The next day, him and the wife were found dead in their home, and Nick was subsequently arrested. Okay, again, if the eyes tell it all, again, I'm just not seeing why it is everybody is picking apart this one guy's face and not everybody else's face, because this is unsettling. Okay, I don't want to be alone in a dark room with that. That's scary. That's like White Walker type stuff. Party animal. He's been sober 6 years, and look what the New York Post is putting on the front page. It's not fair. I don't like that. Before being taken into custody, he checked into a hotel and left behind a blood-stained room. Well, that's evidence. Okay, I gotta see what those pictures are, but I'm kind of nervous. The suspect, who is being held without bail in Los Angeles Twin Towers Correctional Facility, oh my God, failed to appear at his arraignment. He had not been medically cleared. He is on a live watch. Eesh. These are just kind of unsettling looking people, truly. That's him getting arrested. Okay, so we get more inconsistent statements here because his dad's friend Barry Markowitz exclusively told Page Six on Tuesday that Nick appeared on the upswing when he stayed with the Reiners at their house last month. He looked great. He speculated that Nick had a sickness, but there was so much love between the family members. Rob claimed in September that Nick was in a really great place. Clarifying to NPR, the recovering drug addict had been clean for 6 years. And that's another thing I really don't like about the AA model is no matter what, you're always just kind of like broken, kind of like, no, you are an addict always. You could be clean 6 years, you could be clean 30 years, and you still an addict, you still recovering. It's like at some point, some people and some people's personality types want to feel like they actually accomplished like getting sober. And now I'm not a drug addict no more. I was, and I'm not anymore. Now I know some of y'all, and I don't mean any disrespect at all. And I truly do know for sure it is actually helpful for some people to conceptualize it that way, but it's not helpful for everybody. It's like forever and always, you just like this ticking time bomb. Okay, so there is arrest footage. I'm not going to play that because I'm starting to run out of steam. We've been here 4 hours, 15 minutes, but I do want to touch on the fact that another aspect of this case that got a lot of attention is Donald Trump. Donald Trump, in my opinion, inappropriately, especially for somebody that's the freaking president of the United States, tweeted a very insensitive tweet about the death, basically saying these parents deserved it. He said, Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away together with his wife, Michelle, reportedly due to the anger. So this is the motive now from Donald Trump's perspective. Everybody's throwing their hat in the ring. He said, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. So Donald Trump is saying he deserved it, and he had his own, because he didn't like Donald Trump, he deserved to die, basically. And that is sick. That is sick. I wasn't in favor of people doing this when it came to Charlie Kirk. And I am absolutely not in favor of saying stuff like this when it comes to anybody else, even if they, especially when it's something like this. Like this isn't like, okay, he died of diabetes because he wouldn't, whatever, stop doing the things of diabetes or, this isn't like, we told him to stop freebase climbing and he kept doing it. And of course, you jump off enough bridges, you're going to hit the ground. No. This is like blaming somebody for getting stabbed to death in their own house. No. I rebuke. No. I'm sorry, I rebuke. I'm not down with that. And he also did double down. So I just want to just let y'all know, just in case I think it should go without saying, just in case anybody was thinking I was on board with that tweet. I'm not. I put Donald Trump, just so y'all know, I know it's going to hurt some of y'all's feelings, but I put him in the same category as all the rest of these freaks. I really do. I saw his pictures with Jeffrey Epstein at the parties. I saw those pictures come out just as much as the next. But, you know, all that being said, he is kind of the only person coming out here and saying anything negative in any way about Rob Reiner. Everybody else seems to be having a circle, you know what, about it. Michelle Obama herself said that she and Barack were supposed to meet with the Reiners that day that they died. That's cryptic and scary. Bill Clinton has made statement on behalf of him and Hillary. Former U.S. President Joe Biden. I mean, who knew he was even able to still talk and walk? I thought about 2 years ago he couldn't even say a sentence, but he's come out and made a statement praising the couple's contributions and saying we take solace in knowing their work will live on for generations to come. Former Vice President Kamala Harris also described the couple as dear friends. We already talked about how RFK Jr.'s wife, who apparently he might have cheated on, she also worked for them. We have Larry David. We have Billy Crystal. I mean, they were very well loved. The medical examiner did reveal the cause of death yesterday, which was, let me pull that up. Amber said, nobody deserves. Let me read this comment. Nobody deserves what happened to Rob, but he was no saint like the media is trying to make him out to be. And that's kind of where I am with it. It just feels like I just want the truth. You know, I don't want all this fake, phony, 16-inch Remy tracks and stuff. I'm ready for the real, LA County Medical Examiner releases Rob and Michelle Reiner cause of death. Filmmaker Rob Reiner and his wife died of multiple sharp force injuries. This comes from the LA County Medical Examiner. This comes after authorities had previously confirmed that the couple was fatally stabbed. They were found dead in their home. Their 32-year-old son has been charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, special circumstances in their slayings. Charges include a special allegation he personally used a dangerous and deadly weapon, a knife, something sharp for sure. Investigators believe Nick fatally stabbed his parents early Sunday morning. The bodies of Rob and Michelle were found about 3:40 p.m. Sunday. Nick was found and arrested in the Exposition Park neighborhood of South LA. And I don't know about LA and the streets and stuff around there and like where what is and stuff. Is this a place where, what's this part of town? Is it a ritzy part of town, rich part of town? Is it a substance part of town? Tell me in the comments. It was this. So they were found about 3:40 p.m. By 9:15, he was picked up 15 miles from his house or 15 minutes away. Authorities have yet to provide a possible motive. And that's what started this whole video today. We 4 hours, 18 minutes in. Authorities have yet to provide a possible motive. Why would you do that to your parents? Or what led them to suspect and then arrest Nick Reiner. 2 sources who attended the party Sunday at Conan O'Brien's house, where Rob and Nick were also present, told CBS News on Monday that a brief but loud argument between the two took place. So we're hearing from people all the way back 10 years ago and all the way forward to just a few days ago. These people were fighting in public all the time. There's loud and fighting, just ruining everybody else's time and making everybody else uncomfortable. Nick, Rob, all of them. Nick's movements, and this is according to the public record. Okay, I wasn't there at that party. Nick's movements following the murmurs are under investigation. CBS News learned Wednesday that he checked into a hotel early Sunday morning. Okay, so he checked into the hotel early Sunday morning, but they weren't found until 3:40. Is that alibi? How do I know he was there? I don't know. It is very bad for him and suspicious that he was in a hotel room covered in blood. Okay, that's suspicious. That's suspicious. 2 sources said they got into a loud argument. Nick Reiner's movements are under investigation. He checked into a hotel early that morning, about 4 miles away from his parents' home. Security video obtained Tuesday also showed him outside of inside a gas station convenience store just before his arrest. His first court hearing was Wednesday, and his arraignment is scheduled for January 7th. His charges carry a maximum sentence of life in prison without parole and up to the death penalty. The DA's office hasn't decided which charge to pursue. Now, they were actually expecting he was going to do a plea. He might plea, they were saying. He might plea. So that didn't end up happening, but his arraignment hasn't officially happened yet. It's going to not happen until after the new year on the 7th. The other two children released a statement calling the loss of their parents horrific and devastating. They weren't just our parents, they were our best friends. And my heart does go out to those other kids. Yeah, I mean, I know, like Actoja, like a lot of people do think this, but I do want to be a voice for a lot of people who don't think this. They truly, in their mind and the way that they handle their sobriety, is that I was an addict. I'm not at risk of shit anymore. I'm not at risk. I fought them demons. I battled them demons and I slayed them demons. Some people like to have this mindset and this mentality, and I truly mean no disrespect, of always on the lookout, always vigilant. Oh no, can't be over here. Oh no, can't do that. Oh, can't even think this thought. That helps people to stay sober in some cases, but some people don't conceptualize it that way. And it's disrespectful and insulting to put what you think about your sobriety onto other people. Both ways. Some people, AA works. Some people, it definitely don't. Some people, for them to say, I battled that, I faced it, and I conquered it. I'm not an addict anymore. I'm not a drug addict. I'm not a substance addict. I won't call myself that, and I'm not at risk. I could lay in a pool of alcohol. I could lay in a pool of whatever it is, and I wouldn't even be tempted. Some people do think that way. And I know that it's like bizarre for some people to imagine it, but that is true. Thanks so much, Andrea, for the $4.99. BJ, thank you for taking a deep dive to explore the family dynamics, bringing more info to consider as it affects mental health, including addiction. Thank you so much. Okay. Let me share this web again. So I do want to play the statement made by the attorney. Now, this is, or at least we'll read it. That's better. This is Nick Reiner's attorney. Nick made his first appearance yesterday in court, roughly 3 days after allegedly unaliving his parents. Flanked by his attorney, Alan Jackson, and two other lawyers, Reiner was barely visible from the courtroom gallery during the brief hearing. He donned a blue unaliving prevention smock frequently worn by defendants who pose a risk of self-harm. He was charged with 2 counts of murder on Tuesday and could face life in prison or the death penalty if convicted. The Los Angeles District Attorney said that no decision had been made on seeking capital punishment yet. Such reviews normally take months. A judge approved Nick's lawyer's request Wednesday to continue his arraignment to January 7th. He did not enter a plea. So this is a quote from the lawyer. There are very, very complex, serious issues associated with this case. That is a quote from Nick's lawyer. Quote, there are very, very complex, serious issues associated with this case. Now, was he in a conservatorship? Is that one of them? Was it some abuse as a child, as the Psychology Today article would imply? Over 90, and explicitly state, in fact, over 90% of children who do unalive their parents are abused by them. Are some of these very, very complex issues, like what Megyn Kelly just pulled out of thin air, that there was some molestation going on? Was he perhaps passed around Hollywood like his dad? Oh no, just kidding. That was a joke. Remember, that was just a joke. So that means it was fake. It wasn't real because it was a joke. I'm just wondering, what are these very, very complex issues? He told reporters outside the courthouse after the hearing. He did not answer any questions as reporters probed him about his client's mental health and asked who was paying for his legal services. I don't know who's paying for the legal services. That's a good question. He said, we ask during this process, you please allow the system to move forward in the way it was designed, not with a rush to judgment and not with jumping to conclusions. And I won't jump to conclusions. I don't know what happened. This might be a psychopath. Okay. He said, with restraint and dignity. He will continue to be held in the county jail without bail. Prosecutors allege that he fatally stabbed his parents sometime in the early morning on Sunday. Their bodies were found in their home at 3:40 p.m. A massage therapist had arrived at the couple's home and, upon not receiving an answer, called their daughter, Romy, who lives nearby. She discovered the gruesome scene and had a friend call 911, according to a source who was not authorized to speak publicly about the investigation. The Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office confirmed their deaths were the result of homicide, listing the cause of death as multiple sharp force injuries in the public database yesterday. So it took almost no time to come up with the cause of death. Nick Reiner, who lived in his parents' guest house, checked into the Pierside Santa Monica Hotel on Sunday after the unalivings, according to a law enforcement source who spoke about the case on the condition of anonymity. Truly a tragedy, y'all. Hotel staff also confirmed he did stay there and the police had been present at the hotel since Sunday. But when police arrived at the hotel, he wasn't there. Officers with the LAPD's Gang and Narcotics Division. Okay, so why wasn't the Homicide Division? Officers with the LAPD Gang and Narcotics Division, along with U.S. Marshals task force that typically searches for fugitives, tracked him down in South LA on Sunday night and took him into custody. Security camera footage from a gas station shows him with a red backpack slung over his shoulder, wearing a green and white tracksuit jacket and a baseball cap as he purchased a beverage before his arrest. Now, I wonder, was the beverage alcohol? I think they would have said that. So then that makes me wonder, I mean, did he have a relapse? He ain't buying a drink. If he's buying just a Coca-Cola or something. I mean, these are questions I have because everybody in the media is like, oh, he was in a relapse. Oh, he was an active addict. He would no. Last we heard from good authority was he was clean and sober for 6 years. The footage later shows him across the street from the gas station as a throng of police vehicles speed toward him. He throws his hands up and officers approach him. So he didn't run. He didn't resist. He threw his hands up. It's unclear how authorities linked him to the killings. I'd love to know. I'd love to know. So that's him right here. Rob Reiner was known for his work on iconic films. He also had a multi-episode guest role in the most recent season of The Bear. I don't know what that is. Rob and Michelle met on the set of When Harry Met Sally, and they had 3 children together. Rob also has a daughter from his previous marriage that he adopted. It's not his bio daughter. Nick's siblings, Jake and Romy, on Wednesday issued their first public statement. Words cannot even begin to describe the unimaginable pain we are experiencing every moment of the day. And it's really sad. My heart does go out to them. That is sad. Losing both your parents when you're still young. Oh my God. It is sad in such a horrible way. And then the daughter walked in and found the scene. Oh my God. Their quote goes on, the horrific and devastating loss of our parents, Rob and Michelle, is something no one should ever experience. They weren't just our parents. They were our best friends. We are grateful for the outpouring of condolences, kindness, and support we have received, not only from family and friends, but from people from all walks of life. Whew, Lord, prayers up for them. We ask for respect and privacy, for speculation to be tempered with compassion and humanity, which is what I have tried to do this entire 4.5-hour live stream. And for the parents to be remembered for the incredible lives they lived and the love they gave. Well, I don't have any context for that part, but I definitely will temper all of my speculation with compassion and humanity, but not only for those parents and not only for the other siblings, but also for Nick, because he is supposed to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. Nick was the middle child of the couple. His struggles with addiction dated to his teen years, and they were long documented. By 2015, he had gotten clean, working with his father on Being Charlie, about a successful actor with political ambitions, and a son addicted to drugs. Reiner has been open about his struggles maintaining. So Nick had been open about his struggles maintaining sobriety. In an August 2018 interview on Dopey, a podcast about addiction and recovery. He said he was taking the prescription stimulant Adderall and smoking 420 as a preventative measure to help himself not do harder drugs. I wouldn't recommend this path. You know, I'm not an expert. Go see an expert, but I don't think doing this as a preventative measure to stop yourself from doing harder stuff. Now there is a whole body of, you know, what's it called? Like I guess philosophy called harm reduction. And it's like, you know, I do think taking a prescribed Adderall and smoking a little 420 is way better than being strung out on H. I do think there is, like, you know, levels, but like it's very difficult to not fall off to the next level once you've already demonstrated a propensity not to be able to control going to that next level. Again, please, I'm not an expert. Don't listen to me. He described an incident about a year before his podcast appearance, so 2017, where he had trashed his parents' guest house. So he did have a little incident of sorts in 2017. He was, quote, this is his self admission. He's, quote, totally spun out on uppers. So I bet that was the last time he had an incident. And then it was 6 years sober and whatever, if his dad is to be believed from his September interview, which I have no reason to believe he'd be lying to NPR. Authorities have not provided, again, we see it again, LA Times. Again, they have not provided details about a possible motive. But family friends told the LA Times, that Rob and Nick had gotten into an argument at a holiday party at the home of talk show host Conan O'Brien on Saturday evening. Many party guests said Nick was acting strange, but it's unclear what they were arguing about. So I started this podcast, or sorry, not this podcast. I guess it is kind of like a podcast. I started this live stream today with a few kind of like questions or thoughts to think of. And one was the quote from Nick, Charlie, you know, the character in the movie. What do I have that's mine? Also, what if everything you ever say is held against you? Not only that, but every ambiguous thing you say is construed not only against you, but also in favor of the person you're having a disagreement with. What if who you actually are and how you just actually behave is never good enough? It's creepy. It's disturbing. It's a warning sign. There was one other thing too. I'm not going to pull it up because I'm like tired and I'm starting to see stars, but you might see as you're following this story, things going around about this video he made back in 2016 or something, right around the time the Charlie video came out. And he's, you know, joking about killing a dog and joking about taking him off of, bailing him out of jail. And he's obviously joking, but as we pointed out, a lot of times jokes could have some semblance of the truth. So why is it that his jokes are being listed in headlines as if they are warning signs, but them jokes made about child abuse at his daddy's roast ain't being listed? Why is it some jokes are okay, some jokes are not okay? Why is it, you know, he's a murderer because he made a joke, but the dad's not a PDF file because he made a joke? It's like, this is where I'm having a hard time with the logic of it. It doesn't feel consistent to me. So I wrote this part out, so I'm going to be reading this part. What did Nick Reiner have that was actually his? Not his name, not his own home, not where he lived, not his own choices. Not even by the end did he have ownership of his own life story. He wanted to do a stand-up special, but his dad made him turn it into a movie after saying it was trash. He wanted to tell it a certain way, but his dad said it was trash and discouraged it, and probably, let's be honest, to control aspects of his own behaviors and story getting out. Just like he cut his son off in those interviews. And the son then popped back up and said, well, that's not what you said at the time. You said it was trash. Again, none of this would or does excuse or justify taking the life of anyone else, including especially your parents. But it's things to think about. Perhaps the dad didn't want the comedy special to come out because it might have made him look bad. Maybe he wanted to control the story in a way by obscuring parts of it as fiction and perhaps romanticizing other parts. Could that actually be why Nick looked so awkward in some of those interviews? Because he felt defeated by the sanitation of his own story? Don't say it like that. Say it like this. His personal interactions with people in rehab were advertised and used in a press junket for clout at least, but, financial gain by his own dad. He never appeared on any of these interviews alone. It appears like he wasn't allowed to simply go out and do his own tour. What did Nick Reiner have that was his own? Remember, we are trying to get to motive here, and that doesn't mean excuse or justification. It means motive. What was going on in Nick Reiner's mind the past 32 years, the past 10 years? He wasn't allowed, in my opinion, from what it seems like to me, to really grow up or make mistakes. That yoga teacher coming out of the woodwork to talk shit now, who was actually an employee, an invited guest into this family's home, telling Nick's story of his behaviors as a child, and then profiting off that story in the form of a children's book, all while he's locked up in a jail cell, not able to tell his story, perhaps rightfully locked up in the jail cell, by the way, perhaps rightfully. What did Nick Reiner have that was his? Did he have really his own choices? Like the character in the movie said, rehab or jail? Such a choice that really is. He was made to go to that party under watchful supervision to Conan O'Brien's house, where then he was, quote, awkward and creepy. But I could see why he wouldn't want to go to a party where there was drinking and celebrities and Hollywood freaks. What if everything you ever say is held against you? Every joke you ever make. But everyone else around you, they can make a joke, just not you. What is that? And what does that do to someone's psychology? Once he got to the Conan O'Brien party, according to reports, who he genuinely just was not good enough. It was disturbing. It was creepy. Maybe he's just autistic. Maybe not. Maybe he's a psychopath killer and needs to be locked up. I don't know. We're going to see. But at this party, it seems to me he was a punching bag. He's supposed to sit there and shut up. Don't try to get in nobody's conversation. This is adult speaking. But at some point, boys want to become a man. In the movie, he was literally, and remember, he wasn't even invited. And he probably knew it. In the movie, he was literally forced into signing up for the comedy show. Someone signed him up. Then he wasn't allowed to pull his own name off the list, even though he didn't sign up. He was lured into thinking it was a safe space and explicitly promised as much. But it wasn't a safe space. Everything he ever said, even in fiction, was held against him. Headlines are using jokes that he previously made to call him disturbing and chilling. But what about these Al Franken jokes? What about the other jokes from Billy Crystal and those other freaks about the casting couch and Rob being sexually inappropriate with children and having a sexually abusive dad? That's not being held against them or him, but Nick's jokes are. Just like in fiction, also now in reality. He grew up in a generational comedy household. These were legends. But when Nick wanted to carry on that legacy, his dad not only shut it down and wasn't encouraging, he called it trash. The family thing he was trying to get in on, trash. We need to make it into something else. What would you do if everything you ever did or said was held against you and nothing was ever good enough? Now headlines are referring to Nick's comedy and Nick's comedy alone as disturbing and potentially warnings. And what if everything ambiguous is always construed against you and in favor of someone else, perhaps your father, whose shadow you're always living in? You can never escape it, even in rehab. Are you so-and-so's dad? Are you so-and-so's son? Rather. There was the stunt man from the movie who did not know these people at all. He did not know them. But he said he assumed Nick was the entitled and spoiled nepotism baby. With no context, it was construed that Nick was ungrateful and spoiled, but Rob was dad of the year because he was making this movie, quote, for his son, which I already pointed out is ambiguous whether Nick even really wanted or felt comfortable with this movie being made. Nick was never featured in a single interview alone. His overbearing and seemingly controlling dad cast his very large, successful shadow right there on stage with him too, even in a movie about his own life story. That yoga teacher characterizing Nick as wanting attention, Nick's wanting attention from his parents as interrupting yoga sessions. The solution was not more attention. No. The solution was just private sessions with Nick so this yoga teacher could make some more money. Instead of what her actual advice was to parents in the later interview that she would do, which is give your kids attention. Then you add on it the sick jokes made about perhaps interfamilial abuse. It was jokes, though. Megyn Kelly, who has a history now of defending indefensible behaviors and calling it legal, even though it's a crime, coming out of this out of left field. Oh, out of left field. Maybe he's going to say he was molested. That's pretty specific, girl. And then to dismiss it and diminish it, like if you hear this, just do this. It's the same thing as those Menendez brothers. Girl, what? There's more to this story than what we're seeing in the headlines. That much I know for sure. Thanks so much to West Coast Magic for the $2.79 Canadian. Thank you so much to Stacy for the $9.99 super chat. Such a great video. I am an hour behind, so thank you for your perspective. Shout out to your perspective. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And this was hours ago. Thanks to my mom for the $50 super chat. And what do you say? You inspire me. Good work, BJ. And you know, I got one parent left, and sometimes she'll be out here trying to tell me what to do. But for the most part, you know, I appreciate that my parents both, they really did let me, you know, they were very strict at first in my growing up. And then, you know, once I was 17, 18, they said, you just gotta let her go. Gotta let her do what she's gonna do. And I think I turned out just fine. But you do gotta kind of let your kids go. You gotta be all right with them making their own decisions at some point. I'm not in any way, again, please, y'all, I'm not in any way defending what happened here. I'm not in any way saying it was okay. It was justified. There was a reason. There was a good reason. I don't even know what happened. I wasn't there. I don't know these people, and I never heard of them until a few days ago. But there is more to this story than meets the eye, and there is most certainly more to this story than the, in my opinion, bias media coverage that's been going on. When the left and the right and the up and the down and the this and the that are all saying the same thing, that is when I feel like I have to come in and say something else. If everybody in the whole media was saying these parents were horrible and they deserve to die, you can rest assured that I would be taking the opposite stance there too. Because something about them all saying the same type of thing is suspicious to me. All these people coming out to talk about how great and how wonderful and how awesome and amazing they are. Maybe they're just, you know, all loved them. But I don't remember anybody coming out like this and saying stuff like this about anybody else that's been killed recently. Charlie Kirk, actually, more people came out and talked about how horrible and awful he was than great. And we watched him get murmured right before our very eyes. Something's wrong with it. That's all I really had for this one. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Neither are opinions. I don't know these people. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. And my heart goes out and prayers go up for the family that is suffering and struggling. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.